Hello. It is time to... It's time to rise. It's time to rise. Like a sunset. Sunrise. Like the sun in the mornings, it rises over the horizon. Rise over the horizon. Wow. The horizon. So, I was messing around with that last time. That did nothing. There's so many small things that I keep getting distracted by. And I really gotta stop doing that. So... I need to go ahead and turn this thing off in the editor. Because it's just wrong. It just keeps giving the wrong result. So this is only going to be if... Okay. So that's that. Also, I should always skip the first run, I think. Probably. Or rather, if I get a value that's like 0, yeah, I just skip. Can I sync with the GPU here? Let me actually do this. What is target set? First one won't have a texture. And then I'll even do a backup here. Maybe even just leave that, but do the checkup here if the result is 0. About here. Actually, yeah, not even. If it's straight, like, flat 0. Just like, okay. I'll do that like that. I'll do it like that. Can I speak? Maybe. Maybe not. Right. Got a lot of stuff to figure out. Why is it setting the intensity to... Oh! Yeah. It should start at 30,000 and just stay there. Cool. Alright. So, I'm wondering if this is even a good idea. I don't quite have the knowledge bank of equations to know how to properly map this. Honestly, I wonder if what I could do. Also, okay, here's one thing that I really wanted to do. To know if I'm losing my mind or not. I need a printout or a readout of what this local time really applies to as far as like hours in the day. So on a dynamic day, I'm going to do a little reader. It'll be right underneath the local time. I mean, yeah, I can update this. So sport custom hints, it'll be a string, or I don't think I even need a hint. Yeah, I don't need a hint. Hint string, no hint string, and then this will be read only. Yeah, essentially just like that. And then this will be just be clock time. Okay. So every time that local time updates, I believe. I will just do a method inside update time, I guess, or after update time. I'll just do it right here. Update clock. We just read in local time 1. How does this work? We do update time and then we do update lights. Okay, and lights applies local time 1 to time 0. When we read zeros. We read from 1. Okay, so I would read from 1. Okay, right. Yes, 1 is the current value. So essentially I'll just multiply this value by 24. And then there's my hour time. And then I multiply... I subtract the hour time as an integer, and then I multiply that by 60. And that gets me seconds, or hours, minutes. I would get hours, and I take that fractional component and I multiply that by 60, and that gets me minutes. Then I can multiply that by a fractional component, and that gets me seconds. Right. So we'll just, clock time, we'll just set this string value to, you know, hours, minutes, seconds, pretty much. Like that. Let me check that this is showing up correctly. It is not. Oh, because this function is left unfinished. Is there still a problem? Are these supposed to be in... Should be int, but as a string. A little confused. A little confused. Very confused. Let me see if I can find where I've written this before. Zero. Oh yeah, editor and usage only. Okay, right. That's what I was missing there. Cool, it shows up as null, which isn't what it's supposed to be. But okay. So when local time changes, which I think I actually always run this, I believe. I'll do this at the end of update time. We'll call update clock time. And then when I change local time, I'll also call update clock time. And this is just going to be so that I can see from the editor what time of day this really is, and know if I'm going crazy or not, and it's staying too bright. And also, yeah, I might be at the point where, even if it is, I just have to embrace it and deal with that. Deal with this guy being quite bright. So this will just be local time 1 times 24. I guess I can really get this as a float. Minute will be it would be hour times 60 minus the integer value of hour. And then second would be minute times 60 minus the integer value of minute. And then I would just set all these, round all these to integers. So when I do this cast, this is just a round down, right? truncate the float. Cool. I guess I can just set clock time to be empty. And then, or rather, can I do format? Let me see what Godot has for string formatting. Have this open on the same page. Here we go, format strings. That's weird that I typed string format and I get something very far away. Or I can just use the %sign. Good. So I need decimal. And I would do, I guess, 02D, right? 02D. Okay. 02D. Am I doing that right? Do I need the double quotes? Or does it only appear after I do this? Cool. Okay. Local time times 60. Or 24 to get hours. Minute is hour times 60. Oh, it's going to be hour, wait. Hour minus into hour times 60. And this will be a minute minus int minute times 60. So it's really 6 o'clock. Really? Or 7 o'clock, I suppose. Dark. You know what? I'm actually okay with that, I think. Well, okay, maybe not quite. The set that to 10. Man. I think I really should just bump the ISO. Set it to -2 and leave the ISO like 200. Right, so I guess I don't feel totally crazy. It is 9, right? My hour clock says 9. So maybe these are actually fine values. I expect this to not really get bright until like 4. Okay, it's like bright at like 3. Honestly, that is a really early rising sun. That's such an early rising sun. Is this why we have daylight savings time? Because if I were to add an hour, it would be like 6 o'clock. That's probably why we have that. Oh, and then this actually has to go back to 30,000 now. Okay. So it's not so crazy, the time of day, or the brightness of the sky. I was feeling like it's like, 10 or something, and it's still bright. The sky is still like really bright. Can I hook up my intensity to a curve? Can I? Maybe I should. Because I do want to be able to scale this better. Also, I had to project it. Or it the tone map. I wonder if I can apply that gamma correction here and get something better, a value that is more accurate or more useful. It's a crazy looking function too, so maybe it would actually be useful here. Dude, this gamma function, I've literally deleted it and added it back so many times. So I just call gamma clamp it between 0 and 1. Well. Oh my. Alright, so right. So let me take... Well, I guess I just need to color correct it there and then apply this. And actually they have... Oh, he had a luminance function. He did this. Show relative luminance. This is probably better, right? For computing luminance. Probably gives a better value. So I'll do this too. Really jumble it all in there. So I will just do I can just do that. It's probably better. A base float. Can I do this? Maybe I need to do total. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this kind of sucks. Let me just do this down here. Down here. Cool. Okay. So I will just do in fact, I put this const on this method instead. Can I just get a matrix? Where does Godot give me the matrix? I need matrix. I don't want transform, I want matrix. Man, I don't want that. Huh? Why does Godot not expose this? They definitely just have these, right? They have matrix. Do they? Would I just use then basis? That's really weird. What the hell? I've never seen like an how did you get an image in a comment? What? Matrix math extension. Really? Godot just doesn't have matrices. That's actually nuts that they don't have that. What? Internet's good. Oh, is this not working because I have it built in like... Well, what's the error? TLS handshake error. Okay, well, I guess I can just get it myself. For version 4.1. I mean, it should just work, right? Oh, right, I do have to compile it myself, though. Dang. That sucks. So I do have to build it myself. I don't know what a sparse and dense matrix are. Okay. What do we do in register types? We just do sparse and dense and vector n. Okay. What is this? Okay, I think a dense matrix is just like the default. What is a sparse matrix? I guess I should look at this file to see. Double value int column. Sparse matrix coordinate. One sec. Yeah, turn on my heater. Are we? Wait, actually, for real? Standard vector? No. No. I actually don't need that. So you can find something else. Matrix. Godot matrix. 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 One image. Float 32 matrix. Okay, I like that you just give it as an array. That's pretty cool. Good. That's a good look for sure. It is written in GD script. Do I really just write this myself? How do they calculate this? Random. Adamard. Extends resource. I mean, I guess, sure. I guess I can take this one. This does use the packed arrays, which I like. Subtraction, adding, multiply is the really important one that I need. Wait. What is that? If not matrix lib, use render. No. No. That is actually insane. Accelerate calculations. No. No. That's not how that works. You don't send one matrix multiply to the GPU. It's not faster. It is not faster to send that to a GPU. One? I mean, we do matrix multiplication on the GPU because it's a fast CPU operation. And if you're going to do that a million times, you may as well use a million CPUs to do it. And have one matrix, or a million matrix multiplies take the same amount of time as one. But if you're doing one, that is way, way slower. To just send that to the GPU and wait for it. What are we doing here, guys? Well, I like that. That looks nice. Is it binned? It's not binned. Okay. Matrix float. Is that, what is that? Value min, value max? Values, an array, a double array. All right, I was just gonna look for it. I'm just gonna look up the formula. I have never actually done a matrix multiplication by hand. I actually don't know how to do this. All I know is that you need like the same number of columns as elements in your vector. Two times one minus, or I guess plus negative 1 times 1 plus 0 times 2. Wait, what is this? This is like incomplete. 1 and negative 3? Oh, I guess so. General formula for a matrix vector product is A and X. A times X. So basically you just line this up, multiply it, add them together. Line this up, multiply it, add it together. Right? Okay. So I can just do that manually. By hand. Okay. Wait, he just does it through this? I can just multiply that out manually. Because y is just this. Right? Or is that y? Oh no. X, Y. So what I would get is X, Y, and Z. So this would be Y. Do I need that extra multiply there? So when I think of this, I think this is the first row, or is it the first column? Is it the first row or the first column? I mean, honestly, this looks really close to this. It looks really close. So you know what? I'm not going to do matrix because I just noticed that it does this thing here. But I guess that is times 1 over that number. So maybe I should. Maybe I should, and then multiply by this value. I'll just say this is gamma luminance. I'd run this, and then I run that, and I just say that value. All right. It will be I'll just call this LUM, lum. Maybe it is better because I think of this as probably, let me check. Let me go to vectore. So when I define a matrix, first column. Oh. Okay, so it is first column. So when I multiply it and I get the y, every value is coming in together. So this probably is a better lookup for it. Because looking along the diagonal, you know, these are the largest values, and then these are smaller contributors. So first column, not row. So I'm going to do first column. So this would be, I guess, just C. L, you know, I'll just do vectors. Well, let me leave a note here. So I just need to transpose this. So this is the first column, so this is actually coming down. Well, I say that. So this value stays the same. All these values will change. So first column. I'll even just do it as lists. Why not? Second column. Whoops. And then last column. So this is the first row, right? Times CX. So yeah, if I'm only getting a y out of this, then this multiplication is unnecessary to do. So I would just be doing, yeah, wow, okay. I guess I'll just be doing this is all that I get. 1, 0. yeah, it's just getting this value and then multiplying it by this thing too, which is interesting. Why does it do the whole matrix multiply when it doesn't need to do that? And I don't have to gamma correct. I'm just doing that. 17.48 and then that whole number. Okay. I'll just call this luminance. And then this method will probably just go away, and I'll just use the float from here. So I'll just finish writing this line out and then translate it. So it would just be would be this value times Cx plus this value this value. Okay, a bunch of stuff there, and then I would return all of that. Okay. Average color, luminance, and then intensity is I guess that would just be this times that. So I will see what values I get printing out here and see if they look okay or not. Okay. Let's bring it back to 7 o'clock, I guess. Do these values seem okay? And this looks so bad with the ISO. It dimmed very rapidly. Oh wait, no, this is over bright. Never mind. This is over bright. Let's go here and see about what my luminance printout is. Should be really bright, yeah. Okay, so I already passed the max. Uh... Which, I guess, now that I think about it, I kind of have to reverse what I did. So if I look at the shader here, we do this. But what I really want to do is just this. I want to undo, I guess, just this value. So let me look at this function, see if I can invert it. Or I guess, you know what? I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to ask Wolfram Alpha to invert this function. Invert it so that the inverse of exponential. What is that? Returns the natural exponent of x. Exponentiation of x. So I would do a log, right? I'm just gonna ask the robot. This one's pretty good. I know it's gonna be a natural log. But inverse of the function. I believe that's the method, or that's the function that it uses. 1 minus e to the negative 0.05 times that. So the result is 1 minus x. The negative 20. Negative 20 times the log, and when they write log, I'm sure they actually mean the natural log. Yeah, log x is the natural logarithm. So to get the inverse of the color I get back, I do have to compute the inverse. I'll even call it inverse luminance now, so I can use luminance. So is this log the natural log? Versus the natural logarithm? Heck yeah. Okay. So I would just do vectors are passed by value. They're not passed by reference. So I can just do this here. Okay. Cool. Negative 20 times the log of 1 minus x. Why does it write out so many zeros? It's really funny. So just before noon, I get a luminance of nan. Aha, nan. What? Negative values return negative nan. Oh wait, this is actually kind of interesting. How? 1 minus... One minus e to the negative 0.05 times x. Right. And this is the exponential function. So I'll say 1 minus negative 0.05 times x, right? Huh. One minus one. So I guess what I actually do is I just plug in positive values, actually. This is correct. Okay. Interesting. So I get 8.31. All right. So what happens at sunset? Just before 7, or I guess 6. So I get like 8.3 something. 7. I like that it's still pretty high value. Let's see how fast this drops. I feel like it's dropped quite a bit for it to only be... I mean, I don't know. My thinking now is that this might be a more controlled value, especially after applying that transform. So that now what I can do is... Also, how's that the average color? That's like so bright along the edges. That's crazy. I would take the... Oh, you know what? That's going to drop a lot. Or actually, I guess it should increase when the sun hits the horizon. Will that happen? Will I get a short jump when the sun hits the horizon? It's probably such a small amount of space on the texture that it probably doesn't matter. Like, it literally would not be noticeable while it's passing the horizon. Because if it did, I would expect to see like a big jump, probably of like... If it was meaningful, it would be a jump of like 20 or something on every color. Alright, so I think it's definitely crossed the horizon at this point. So if it was going to hit that, it didn't make a difference at all. Hitting the sun disk. It is dropping really rapidly though. A little too early, I think. But at least this might be a better value. I really want to see how low it gets. If it's like exponentially low, or if it's like... If it just keeps going linear and then it kind of hits 0. And this is still like beyond overbright too. This is like double the intensity that it would be in midday. It's definitely slowing down quite a bit, which I like that this is slowing down. It would be nice if it could sit kind of near 1 or like 0.5. What I really hope to see is that this number matches what my eyes see, which is a really bright sky currently. So I would hope to see this stay over 1 for a while until it actually gets like proper dark, and then it would kind of go linear from there as the sky fades out. And then, of course, like I said, I want to apply a curve function, which I know I can do. So I can tune it from the editor. I definitely like that it's sitting around 1. My thought is that I might do a clamp. So I only start dropping the brightness at like half. Maybe even like 2. So I'd stay above 30k, and then once we start dropping below 2, that's when I start dropping the brightness according to a curve or something like that. But I would hope this stays at a pretty good value for what the sky really looks like for a while. At a high value. I don't want to see like 0.0 anything for a while. Yeah, this feels a lot better. This seems way better. Yeah. It's staying pretty high still. I say pretty high. Relative from 0 to 1, this is a high value. Like an exponential range of 0 to 1, this is a high value. Logarithmic range. And yeah, I would say the sky is, am I seeing this right? I guess I am. Yeah, that's cool. I really like that. This is a much better luminance, I think. A much more useful luminance value, for sure. Because it's like dark now, but it still says a pretty positive value. So I like that. Okay. Let me see what midnight is. This is as dark as it gets. This is the darkest it can possibly get. Still going down. So I guess I wasn't quite at midnight yet. Still going down. And it's going back up pretty fast suddenly. That's actually kind of rapid how quickly it started coming back up. Okay, cool. So we dropped to like 0.0137. So now I want to map this out to this range. Yeah, strictly equal to 0 means that we literally got nothing. I guess I could actually just say... Okay. So, I guess what I would say is do like a clamp. How would I do this? I would essentially say below a certain value, I start applying my function. Above a certain value, I return or I guess what I actually do is I do... Right, so let me go ahead and get this locked in here. Let me just make a new category, I guess, above planet attributes. I'll call this, I don't know. I guess I'll call it sky attributes. So essentially I want to have a curve function for the intensity and a minimum and a maximum intensity, and then the relative luminance that maps to the maximum intensity. Okay? Or I guess I would just have Yeah, it would map to the maximum intensity, because then after that point, then I start applying my transformation. Okay. I guess it could be like 8. It was pretty close to 8. And then, or greater, why not? I'll just start it off at 2. Maximum sky intensity. It'll be very clear. Sky intensity will not exceed this value. I don't know why I really want to put commas in there, or decimals. I don't know why. Can I just say or greater? No. I'll even say 0.1. I don't think there's any need to get so precise with that value. What's the opposite of exceed? That's interesting. I feel like that's not a word. That might not be a word. Then I need a curve. Yeah, so how do I get a curve to show up? Sorry, not a curve. I want... it was somewhere here. Let me go find one, and then I can track it down. And I can track it down. It's probably a volumetric fog. Yep. Volumetric fog detail spread. Because when I right-click this, I want to see those values. Well, actually, that's a bit different, isn't it? Hmm. That is a bit different. The spotlight has this curve. This is what I want to have. Angle attenuation. Spot angle attenuation. So let's find what they call it. Exponential easing. So spot angle attenuation is an exponential easing. Property hint, exponential easing. So let's look at those. I don't think it's there. Why is it not showing up? Is it GD script? Let me look for annotations export custom. And this gets me the property hint. There we go. Hints that a float property should be edited by an exponential easing function. The hint string can include attenuation to flip the curve horizontally, and or positive only to exclude in-out easing, and limit values to be greater than or equal to 0. Okay. Exponential easing, good. That's what I want. I really hate how it starts showing you the thing that you're typing in, and then it goes, oh, you want this thing or something like that. They said use attenuation to flip the curve horizontally. They do use a hint string of attenuation, so I don't want to do that. And then a positive, like, please. This is super duper annoying. It was showing it to me. It was literally just showing it to me for a second there, and now it's not. Usage 6, which I think is the default I want. Usage should be right after this, I think. So 6 is going to be storage and editor. Which is what I want. And then I believe they say, they probably link to the curves. I hope. I don't remember what it is. Is it, I think it's ease. Global scope ease? Oh, ease. Between 0 to 1 is an ease out. Greater than 1 is an ease in. So yeah, I want this. You would bring it in like this. Why do they write ease? They meant ease in, right? Or no, that's an ease out. It is an ease out. Right. Duh. So yeah, 0 to 1, and then it would look like that. Although I guess I don't have to make it. I guess I don't have to say it's positive only. It could be negative if they want. So I'll just leave it like that. Come on. And I'll do a default of like 0.2. Yeah. Okay. So now what I can do is I can take my what did I just like hit my mouse and it scrolled over. Okay. Ease in out. Ease out in. Ease out. Yeah, you know what, like 0.05. I'll start that at 0.05. Maybe that's what I really want. 0.05. Nah, I'll leave it at 0.2 for now. So essentially I will take my luminance, max it to, or min with the max luminance. So the smaller value between these two. And then between luminance and max luminance would be kind of this multiplication with max and min. This multiplication with max minus the min. So intensity will be luminance and I guess I would do ease with this value and my sky intensity curve. Can I just do clamp? They do have clamp. Good. Clamp it between the minimum and the maximum. Good. I ease it, and then I multiply it by this, and now I get my value of intensity from these values. Okay, cool. I like this. This gives me better control over that. So I'll reset it to 0.2 and leave it like this. And now I think I just kind of click run at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock. And okay. Yeah, I'm pretty much just going to turn my back to the sun and not look at it and watch this value go. And see if I like how it turns out. I won't even really have it open either. I'll just leave it here. And if I think it starts to look strange, then I'll open it up and see what the value is and see if it makes sense. Like too high, too low, whatever. Is it starting to darken? No, we're at 6. Maybe I should map it to like 6.5 instead. I guess it's still fine, like it is daylight. Although the intensity of the sky I think should probably be going down already. Maybe the next thing I should do, like even if this doesn't kind of turn out, like I'll try tweaking it a little bit. But I gotta get the color of the light and the intensity to match what the actual light coming in is. Is it dropping yet? It's still not dropping. Yeah, it should probably be like 6, like 6.5. Yeah, I'm gonna say right away, this has gotta come up to like 6.5. Should I time it up a little bit? I don't know. Probably not. No, I won't time it up. I'll leave it at game speed that I want. I might even decide to slow down the game speed more, because it is at 30 times, and I feel like the sunsets are way too fast for that. Of course, I need to add in, you know, the sun disk hovering over the horizon and moving slower along the horizon. I did that once before. I made like an Unreal Engine sun and moon simulation where it did everything. Little equation of time, all that crap. Like whatever NASA company subsidiary thing, I don't know. made like a full formula, essentially, that you would just plug in your date and time, your latitude, longitude, and you would get the exact position of the sun and the moon in the sky. Are we darkening yet? Not quite. We should be. Very soon. There it goes. We are darkening ever so slightly. I'll go and turn on my flashlight and see when it appears. How dark is it getting? Yeah, like not at all. It's still sitting way up there. I'm already 1 point down, and it's not even 1 candela darker. It will start to accelerate though. It definitely will. Although at least it seems my formula was working, because we started at like 30,000 and we're going down very, very slowly. I definitely just have to make sure I tune it so that the brightness isn't so low that I'm at negative EVs on the exposure, because that's when I start seeing the light shine through the bottom of the terrain, is when we're at negatives. Oh, this looks awesome. It's actually looking quite awesome right now. Maybe it's a bit too bright. So I guess I would take my curve and lower the exponent. Or increase it closer to 1. My light is, yeah, my light's on. But it does feel like it's definitely matching the, I mean, maybe now it's like too dark. I don't know. Weird. So yeah, I feel like it hasn't dropped nearly enough. So I think my curve needs to be a little bit less sharp. I could also go for the ease in out, but it's probably not what I want. I probably do want that ease out. How's the street light? Looking pretty good. It's really tough working with this dark stuff when it's like daylight outside, because there's so much glare and reflection here. Even if my screen is at like max brightness, it's still just right, like I still can't see it. But okay, I feel like this might be pretty good. I might have kind of hit the nail on the head here, so to say, and gotten some pretty good values right off the bat. My curve is definitely too sharp, but my intensity seems just right. I know I've been like fiddling with it a bunch, and I figured that like 30 or 10k is like the lower bound that I can get before I actually have to really What is going on? What's up with the scope? It's just solid white. Alright, but I quite like this. This is definitely, like, I think matching already the brightness that I see in the sky. But maybe it didn't go down quite far enough, because I think at this point it should probably be... I mean, yeah, that's 0. That's the lowest value. So I'm going to change this default curve, because I hate that I can't just type it in, to 0.3 maybe. And maybe 6, right? Maybe 6 instead of 6.5. It's not a good idea to change 2 values at once, but I did it anyway. So is this just like straight white? Oh wow, the FOV is like really odd. It's like really weirdly blurry. Oh, it's like the world 3D is weird. It's broken. It only looks brown just because that just happens to be the procedural sky colors. Yeah, I'm just looking at like procedural sky right now through the scope. And I gotta add a button to put the guns away. Definitely need a button to put the guns away. Or I'm just gonna look at it. Just gonna watch it. Stand here, turn my light on. Or I guess actually I'll stand over here at the spotlight. The street light. And see how the transition looks. Might have to, even if I did the horizon slowdown for the sunset, that still doesn't fix when it's like actually above the horizon, because when it drops behind those mountains behind me, it's actually quite far above the horizon. The effect of the sun lingering does nothing at that height, that altitude, elevation, altitude, whatever it is. I gotta turn off my heater really fast. Have we started darkening yet? Yes, we have. Okay. Already about 1,000 less intense. Can I see the street light already? I can see my flashlight already. Alright, cool. The street light's already visible. I don't even see my gun, but I can tell it was there. I mean, maybe I thought I could tell it was there. I guess I actually couldn't. But now it's there. Now I can see it on the gun. I really don't understand why the moon doesn't move. I really wish it would move. It would help me track what the time is a lot better if it moved. Okay, start at 25. Which still, you know, I mean, looking at the sky, seems right to me. I would say this is still kind of like 25. I mean, definitely like exponential stuff. This is why I have the curve. Because the true value of that sky is dropping dramatically, very quickly. But it looks like it kind of stays the same. And it is already quite dark. Whoops. Why am I unloading the gun? How did I just do that? I just like dropped the bullet. I recovered a bullet. Wait, how did I do that? I think I somehow double charged it. That's weird. Cool. I like this. It's still pretty high. Although, you know, I'm just looking at, I guess, the interior and the light, the flashlight itself, are the biggest indicators of how dark it really is. Cool. Alright, I quite like where all this is at right now, actually. I really do. Can I call that done? Can I call that done? Yeah. I feel like this is done. That inverse transform might have been the clutch thing I was looking for. That might have been the exact thing I've been looking for the whole time. Because that's a transformation that applies like color tone, like tone mapping, right? But these these values come in as RGB for like true luminance. So I had to invert that to get back to the original like spectral irradiance values, or close, like the RGB equivalent. And then from there, I could actually get a proper luminance. And now we're gonna hit 10K soon, because it's about as dark as it gets. Sweet. I might even drop the min to like 1,000 less than it is. Well, I know that's gonna get to 0.01. So I guess what I would really do is, yeah, I would just drop them in slightly to account for that. Awesome. This is really cool. Wow. That was the one thing I was missing. That really was it. Transforming it back to the, like, the blown out non-color mapped values. Or non-tone mapped values. So if it's 0.01, that would that just mean I have to only drop it by like 100? So I go to like from 10,000 to 900, or 9,900, and that would hit me about 10K at 0.01. This is so dark. It is actually super dark. I really like it. I might bump up the intensity of the flashlight. I might. It's really good interiors. It's definitely good on the interiors. But yeah, I feel like it might just not be... It might need a little bit more juice. Because I would want it to light up that back wall there, and it does not do that at all. It does not reach. What is really strange is how slow it goes down and then how fast it comes back up. Because I feel like I remember watching it and it was going like... It was moving at like... just as an example. It was moving like in the hundreds for like 3 times in a row. And then it went up like instantly straight to like the tens place. And was like up into the ones place. That's like what it looked like when I was coming back up. What I thought it looked like, at least. So the night is still pretty dang long, of course, as I want it to be. I want it to be very dark for a very long time. Yeah, I'm just going to go and say the light needs a little bit more juice. A little bit more. We're at 28. Let me go to 3. Yeah, you could kind of see there, I think. I might also even just say putting that at 10 or 3. Man, I don't want to mess with it too much. Because I like where this stuff is. I'll say negative 2.5. And I will not go any lower than that. Just a little bit more bright, light. But that's it. This is super bright in here. No brighter. It allows you to see straight down the house with enough detail to resolve. Like if there's a zombie standing there, you'd be able to see him with this light. In fact, since I brought the exposure value down, I might even just bring the light back up. Or the exposure, I don't know, stuff is weird. Bring it back down. In fact, bring it back down a lot. In fact, bring it back down even more. Nah, 25. That's a good value. 25 is a good value. It's getting bright again. I mean, is it? No, it's not. But this value is going up now. What was the lowest value it got to? 7. 3s. It got down to 137. So, what is 10,000 times that number? I guess just that number moved 4 zeros. So 137. So yeah, I'll just put the minimum down to 9,900. And I think that probably changed it there, so it should, yeah, it dropped. Okay. Okay. Gosh, that like blows out the exposure. Yeah, I think I really want... I gotta put a ramp on the exposure. I gotta figure out how to do auto exposure myself. And... yeah, I gotta figure out how to do auto exposure myself. And really adjust. Also, the auto exposure scale is 0.2. Really? Should it be 0.4? Is this like the value that I would change to like increase the brightness of the game? Is that a good thing to change? The scale? Because I do feel like it probably should be a little bit higher. Maybe. Also, it's kind of cool that just when I pause the game and it does this overlay, it's like I can suddenly see way better. Like I feel like I can barely see that window cut out. But when I pause, now I can see it very clearly. Alright. I think there's enough screwing around. Okay, I'm going to send this as it is right now. 0.25, 200 ISO. Which, did I mean to do 200 ISO? Can I bring it back to daytime? Whoa. Felt a little stuttery there. My monitor does have like... my monitor has like really high frame refresh rate. But one thing that does suck about it is really dark colors ghost terribly. Like this zombie in here, when he was just solid black, he was smearing all over the wall when I was, yeah. That sphere is doing it too, that corner up in the top right, and now it's done. Like when the colors are dark, it smears so badly. Yeah, I wonder if I should actually... bring that back to 100. Can I see the flashlight inside anymore? Oh, I definitely still can. But I kind of like how this looks more. Right, so I just dropped that to like 100, I increased the scale slightly, and I did drop the exposure min. So let me go to 6 o'clock. And I will watch the sunset again. And see how I like that. So dark. Wow. Yeah, definitely like with how eyes actually work. There's like a lot of adjustment on, you know, like the iris, right? So you can adjust to a wide range of brightness very, very quickly, like literally in like a second or less. But when it gets really dark, it's kind of like you're waiting for the cones in your eyes to wake up and start processing. You know? Like when it gets really dark, you go into a dark room, you can't see anything for like a minute. You won't be able to see a thing for like a full minute. And then you start getting really, really good night vision. So this is... So that exposed like pretty fast. So I could see that wall really quickly. Is there like a double shadow? Oh, there is. It's just because this is transparent. Good old water. Just a flat, transparent plane. One day I'll get the water texture in here and it'll be super cool. But I don't know how I want to handle going in the water. Because I kind of don't want to have... I don't know if I want to do swimming physics. Like water physics. That's a hard thing. That is actually hard. Those guys are going to be super bright for a while. We're still at our max brightness. It's not going to start dropping until we hit 6. And it's going to drop kind of slow. But I feel like that one, I have this tuned. I have the sky intensity tuned very close to perfect. Very close to perfect. But yeah, like you would walk in here and you would be able to see nothing for like a minute. And then very, very slowly, you can start seeing really, really well. So even though it's like totally dark, you'd be able to start exposing it if you just stood here long enough. You'd be able to see the whole room pretty clearly. The moonlight, I really got to get the moonlight in there. It's got to like turn on when... That fade is super cool. It's got to like turn on but leave the intensity really low and then bring the energy low and then bring the energy up to 1 for shadows instead of doing it like I do now where I just flip it on and then I scale in the shadow opacity, which is really dumb. But yeah, like standing in this dark room, after a while you'd be able to see really well. So I want to have that. I definitely got to put that in there, my own custom exposure ramps. Where essentially you have like your, you know, I do like iris exposure where you can expose to a pretty wide range pretty quickly, like I said, in like a second or less. But then at really low brightness you have a very, very slow ramp down for exposure. Very, very slow. I feel like I might need to go... I wonder if I need to go more linear than 0.3. I wonder if 0.3 is too little. I don't know. I think I should leave it how it is. I don't know, because I feel like it's really blue. And it doesn't quite match. Alright, let me do this. I am making this closer to linear. So let me go to 0.5. Because this The secret might have been just... the secret might have just been to set... Let me even start later in the day than that. Start at 0.8. When is... It's probably this value, isn't it? Yeah. 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock. 8 p.m. on the good old 12-hour time. Essentially, I kind of don't want to see blue, I think, at this point, because if I stand far enough back, you can see how blue this wall is when I give it a little bit of light. And I don't know if that's totally accurate for this time of day. I mean, 0.5 is probably way better, at least. So... Alright. I think we'll go with this. I'll leave it like this. I like this. I like how it is. I like a lot of stuff about it. Let me actually track this back to like 7:30. What's about like 7:30? 8125. What a great value. What a great time value. Also, I need to make sure that clock time is not saving. It might be saving right now. Environment. Oh, I did write editor only. Or no, I didn't. Wait, what is all that? It just added the sky back. No, no, you didn't do that. No, you didn't do that. 3D, then I hit save, and then I hit this. There we go. So I dropped the intensity of that. I added, those are camera attributes. I guess I need to turn those back on, probably. There's a thing for me. I'll even commit that as its own separate thing. Yeah. I'll commit this right now as its own thing. There we go. Burned me a few times now. I need help. Push it. Okay. I'm looking for environment changes. Or I guess that's a dynamic day thing. That's not an environment change. I did just add like a procedural sky in World 3D. That's all very interesting. That those all got put in there. Well, I need to make sure I take those out. Of course. When I do sunlight, yeah, I think I just thought of that. Light energy is changing But when I set it, I'm not ever getting the value of it, right? I'm just setting it. Be in light horizon. We take the Y value and then we set alpha. Light horizon, update sun. Nope, update lights. I guess this would actually be update shaders where it gets used. No. Right, of course. We take... Wait, do we take the sun? No. Oh, where is it? It's in update lights. Light energy is equal to moon shadowing times... Yeah. Yeah, that's all we do. I'm not... I think at one point I was reading in light energy and like saving and saying, okay, here's our value, and I would modulate that. But yeah, I just say I take full control over that value and it's 0 to 1. So that's fine. Oh, yeah, the Omni light is now 10,000 as well. Spotlight, that's like a street light. I'll even call it street light. So it's clear what this is here. If I could spell. Then we'll change this to trying to save. I'm trying to save. Apparently I can't hit save from the scene editor. Okay. Clock time, some new stuff I added. Sky intensity went away. We now set it as an interpolation. 1 second, yeah. 1 second is probably about right. I could probably turn down lower. But it's so fast now. Like, less than 100 microseconds. That's nothing. I mean, if you think about it like in terms of GPU time, that's a long time, but okay, it's kind of a long time. But at least it's not crazy. You know, I'm reading one line from the texture. Current exposures, environment, background intensity. Yeah, that's correct. Last background intensity, good. Compute sky intensity. Inverse half pi. Why do I have that? Where do I use that? I don't use that. Oh, I do use that. As the density function. Right, of course. But I don't need to do that, actually. I'm only just reading the first line. And it's 1. At that, on the horizon, it's 1. So, I don't need this. The density, like I said, is going to come out to be 1, or it should come out to be 1. So I'm only just going to do this. None of that. I should get the same readout. So I remember what this one should have been at noon. It's about 8.03 or something like that. Oh. Interesting. So why does this... All right, let me do a breakpoint here. I guess let me actually do a breakpoint here. Until I know that I have the texture, because the first time it's gonna come back 0. Yeah, so I'll just say continue. Okay. Definitely getting a texture at this point. Sky texture. I can't even see it. So why did this happen? Also, yeah, it's gonna bug out on the very first run. It's gonna tell me it took too long. Okay, I guess I got lucky that that didn't trip instantly, actually. That's actually kind of lucky. Why is inverse half pi null? Very interesting. So I is initialized to 0. We set y to that value. Density, I thought this would come out to be 1. Density is 1. So it's 1 plus y minus 1. Oh, so density is y? Oh, wow. How did I mess that up? Wait, that's actually crazy. I have such a bad value there. How did I mess that up? I think it was supposed to be... Wait, what? This is so weird. Oh no, that's so bad. This is really, really bad. How did I manage to do that? Okay. Let me actually run this here. I'll restart. Continue. Here we are. Okay. This is the total. Wow. I really messed that up. So every color should have contributed as 1/256. How did I mess up the density that badly? That's so bad. I guess maybe it kind of worked out when they were all summed up together. But dude, that's a huge mistake. How did I do that? That's a huge mistake. Because I wrote it all out. I had it all written out right here. This is my density function. I guess X was supposed to be scaled to a range of 0 to 1, which is what I messed up. Wow. Yeah, wow. Damn. I totally messed that up. So my color on the horizon is that color? Really? That's my horizon color? I mean, that just can't be right. Is it? Can that be right? Let me look at, let me try this. Restart. And I'll just put these here. Continue. All right. So I want to step in here once and just get these values and look at them. So I read that color. I feel like that just can't be right. Maybe I have to multiply it by, or no, I don't. This is really strange. What if I set this to be 1? And I'm gonna hide. I'm just gonna look. Well, I'm just gonna look straight up. I guess this is like an HDR thing, right? Damn. I totally screwed that up. So I go to fog and I type this in. I type in that's the color I'm reading. That's like that color. I'm reading that. I'm definitely reading underneath the horizon right now. Yeah, that can't be correct. That can't be the real texture of the sky right now. Yeah, I'm definitely reading a wrong value. Because the sky is like totally white. Okay. So I've still got to be wrong somehow. It would be... I'm definitely reading like the value at the top somehow. Oh, because I'm reading I. Oh my gosh, how many mistakes do I have? This is crazy how many mistakes I had. Wow, what? I was so wrong. I was super incorrect. That sucks. Damn. That is so bad. That I just caught that many mistakes. Okay, these are the values I expected. Hit continue. And now I have huge values there, which is more correct for sure. So my luminance is 8.75. Okay. I was literally reading the top. I was literally reading the darkest colors in the texture to do all of this. How did I do that? How did I manage to do that? Oh my gosh, that's like literally why it was probably so wrong for so long. Why I've been struggling to work with this. Damn. Damn. I have to like start over on setting this stuff. But hey, at least it starts at like 7 or 8, right? Although of course the luminance is going up as the day goes by, which is funny. So, wow. Let me set this to... yeah, 0.75 and see what starts happening. This is so bad. This is so bad that I had that so messed up. Because I probably should have been suspicious when the colors weren't going crazy, because that sun is, I know that sun is being drawn in at like 10 times the brightness of the whole rest of the sky. Wow, and I like don't even need a ramp because that was like 8.7 the whole time. From noon to now is 8.75. Oh my god. I can't believe I was doing that. I was actually reading the darkest colors of the sky the whole time. I mean, not the whole time. I think I had it right at one point. But then I just like did this small translation. I was like, oh look, this all looks good now. And then now I've realized I definitely had the wrong values in there. I was reading the wrong colors for a bit. It's probably not such a big deal, because this is going like from 8. Is this value going up? No, it's going down still. I do expect to see once this starts crossing the horizon, I get a huge spike in the value. But it might actually be counteracted by the whole rest of the sky getting even darker. So it may not be such a big deal. But I feel like I want to see something. I want to see it going down and maybe like bump up a little bit and then continue going down like really rapidly once the sun drops. So the sun should be hitting the horizon kind of soon. I'm watching these values to see if they jump up. I guess I'm just looking at the luminance. Like either a jump or a stall, where the value stays the same or goes up a little bit. Alright, so I think that the sun has probably crossed the horizon that I'm reading. No, it has not yet. I know it hasn't yet. Alright, these are very dramatic drops in value now. Okay, so the sun definitely just crossed the horizon. And it was stalling a little bit. It was definitely stalling a little bit. It was keeping the value high. But now it just started, it's dropping like 0.1 every time. Over 0.1. Oh wait, was that a stall? That actually looked like it stalled for a second. The value didn't drop nearly as far for like one tick. Alright, so yeah, if that was the stall, then the sun has pretty much no impact on this. Oh, that feels like sometimes it does not drop nearly as far as I'm expecting it to. Okay, it's slowed down a lot. So that's like most of the sunlight is gone now, and it's just the background color. Yeah, you can even see the red channel is really low, which is where the sun would appear. Or not that the sun is red, more that the sun adds so much color to all channels that the red channel would be higher than the blue channel. But particularly red. It would particularly add a bunch of red. More red than blue. I mean, so this might still be fine. Like, it just... the values are set, and the luminance calculation might just still be good enough. What color was I reading then? Because I was reading I, and I was multiplying it by this huge value. Like I said, I was literally reading, like, the bottom of the sky. I was reading the darkest portion of the sky. Maybe somehow I wasn't. I don't know. Maybe I got lucky and somehow I was still reading like a value in the middle. That's really weird. Well, this feels really dark now. Yeah. That feels so strange. I feel like now it's actually getting dark fast. But it's definitely, I haven't touched the shader, so it's still the same. Or maybe just this curve, this intensity curve is just perfectly tracking it really well. And the way that it drops it makes it look like it gets dark. Okay, well, I'm quite satisfied with all that. I'm going to change this to midnight. And run that. Actually put it at like 0.99. 2 minutes to midnight. Which at 30 times speed is like literally 4 seconds. 4 seconds and 2 minutes go by. So will I... oh, the value's already going up. So it looks like I kind of have to take off like another 1,000, which I'm gonna do. Another 100, which I'm gonna do. Or I guess more like another... that. Because I do want this to bounce from 30,000 to 10,000. I mean, I guess I could even really drop it like... I mean, not just to 10,000, but like 5,000. Where's the moon? There's the moon. Let me zoom in on the moon here. T 20 degrees does like nothing. 5 degrees. So what can I set this to? Set it to 10,000. At what point does this look like, okay, the moon is too dark, you know? Where's that happen? Okay, I feel like it just crossed that point. So I think 8,500 is what I was thinking just now. So if I would need to go 200 or 160 less than that, 8,500. 160 less than this is going to be 440. All right, how does this look? Let's go to 8 o'clock. Ooh, this is way brighter now. This might be a little too bright. Well, I did turn on fog, so... Let me stop that. Yeah, fog I need to set to like the same color as the sky. It needs to be the same color as the sky. Or maybe just... I don't know. I have to turn it off though. But the fog does need to match the color of the sky once I get that put in there. Yeah, so I think this is quite too bright. So I did kind of barely change that. Maybe I need to bring up when I start dropping it to more like 7. Yeah, let me say 7. I don't know, maybe my luminance is like already kind of perfectly there. Maybe I take this off and just make this linear. So there's no ramp at all. And it's just linear straight from 30k to 8,440. Let me not start from here. Let me start from this time of day. Because it's probably really messing with it, doing that. This thing keeps like going down to this value. It's so stupid. It does feel quite blue there. But I guess this is like a solid white wall, so. Okay. This looks good. I like how this looks. How's the light? I can't believe I had that mistake and it still looked really good. Or that mistake where I'm like literally reading the darkest color of the sky. Because if you look at the sky texture there, that's what it looked like. I was reading that very top portion. And I was definitely never using Y correctly, which is crazy. And yet the results still look, or the resulting luminance was still the same. I just happened to be multiplying it by like this 32,000 value, and that was just perfect. Ridiculous. Yeah, that looks great. I like that. Oh, it has. I was going to say it went under 10,000. I forgot that I changed it so that it could go under 10,000. Yeah, sky's like totally dark now. I should probably be printing out the actual time of day too. So I know better when it actually gets super dark like this. And not just from the editor. Alright, cool. Pretty dark. Pretty dang dark. Pretty dang dark. Although maybe a little too dark. Maybe a little too dark. I think this is just like exposure. I kind of might have messed with that a little too much. Kind of might have. I cannot believe that I was reading the... Like, I mean, look at this. That's the color of the sky down there. That's what I was reading. I guess maybe it makes sense because this is like the ground albedo color, which is essentially multiplied by the color directly overhead. So I guess what I was really reading was that color, and this color is just a slightly less dramatic value of the horizon color. I don't know. Weird stuff. Weird stuff. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what does this value go to? Did I check what the midnight value is? Should be like 0.01. 0.0137 or something. 0.25 is how dark we get. I guess that's fine. That kind of maps it out to 8,500. Which, yeah, is like exactly what the values I was looking at and trying to replicate. That's cool when that happens. Alright, so... oh, should I make it a little bit brighter? Let me make it so that midnight looks about how I want it to look. I guess I'm really looking at this value. Did it get brighter in here? Maybe I should close my blinds so I can really look at this. I'm going to do that. That's probably a great idea. I need to close my blinds so I can see the colors on my monitor more correctly. Alright. The camera actually still looks pretty good. Okay, so this is better. I can see the colors more true to what they are on my screen, which is very dark. I might even say no. Very, very dark. It is totally black out there. And I feel like I actually can't see a thing. So maybe I'll make... I want to make this look how I want it to look. At midnight. I want midnight, which is the darkest time, to look how I want it to look. Okay. Should I go for -4? That moon is not doing anything for me. I was gonna say, if I turn on volumetric fog, I'm gonna get a lot of light. Let's go back to -2.5 and change my ISO to 150. 200. I gotta figure out how it looks like at night. What do I think I'm gonna do? Am I going to... because I'm gonna do my own like exposure stuff, right? I am gonna have something like that. So what should I do? Okay, you know what? I have my sky intensity set to a value that I think looks fine. Okay? Yeah, I mean, this is just way too bright. This is so stupidly bright. Yeah, so like -5 is probably the lowest I can go for auto exposure at 100. I should just stop being so hesitant about auto exposure. I really should. This is super bright. Street light looks pretty good. All right. I'll say this. I can be... These like scales are what I'm really like wondering. 0.4. 0.3. All right. -5. 100 ISO. So these are the only two values that I've adjusted. I've turned this way up so that it can't expose super dark colors like that. And then scale is 0.25. So my thinking is in the future, I'm essentially just going to modify this when it gets really dark. Maybe not even that. I might just say the scale is going to increase. Maybe not even that. I don't know. Something I gotta figure out. Alright, -4. No, it kind of does need to be like -5. For this moment, -5 is how low I have to go for the street lamp to look okay. Right? Let me just double check that the street light is a realistic value. 60,000. This is Godot's recommended lumens. Right? Okay. I think I go with this. Check all that. Alright, now I'm going to read through and add everything. So those I can probably take out. These calculations. And there should just be one new line there. Okay, apparently I deleted that new line. Or there was a new line there. Okay. Sunlight color to match transmittance. Sky intensity to match brightness. Why did I write sunlight to diminish accurately to the transmittance of the sky? And then I didn't do that. Funny. Alright, so 2500. I did set those values. Attribute camera's physical focal length. Should I really set those? Yeah, I should have. Okay. -5. The fog light color needs to go back to default. So this is not like a random line change here. Just turn it back off. Alright, and I will also go ahead and say that this is me completing the sky intensity. Right, so sky intensity to match brightness. Reduce the brightness of the flashlight. I set auto exposure scale way down, and then the focus for the scope. Let me actually split that up, and then I will worry about the scope later. Well, I mean, I guess I can probably try figuring it out now. So I'll try to figure it out now. Reset that. Don't do that. This. I will load Camera attributes physical. Actually, I'll just leave it blank so it doesn't do anything. But leave those as they are. Oh, and then I just have to go back to world. Make sure I'm in 3D when I hit save, and then just, yeah. Very silly stuff. So that's just the scope FOV. Sub viewport is 1, but I don't think I actually use that in the code. Do I? Yeah, I don't use that in the code. So I'm going to take that off. Revoke. That should hopefully have not saved. Good. It didn't save that. So bolt rifle scene remains unchanged for now. Oh wait, scope camera needs it. Sub viewport did not need it. How did I... take that one off? Yeah. Okay. And then the script would just set the FOV to whatever I set there, just 5. All right. And yeah, why is it like immediately bright? I don't get that. I don't get why it's immediately bright. I mean, it should be unshaded technically because oh, that's weird. It's really weird how this comes out. I wonder if this is a mistake when I add the reticle color. That should just remove the reticle from the thing. Yeah. Yeah, it just adds it on there. And what if I take that off? Okay. I wonder if I just say it's not a source color. What if I do that? Wait, what if I do that and take off unshaded? All right, let me see what options I have for this, because it might be that my sampler is wrong. It could be that. Oh, should I say like... Wait. I guess I just still don't understand what's going on with this. Why is it bright? Is it some setting in the viewport? Scaling 3D mode. I'm not even doing any scaling, I think. What is this? Variable rate shading? I don't think I do that. I mean, I guess this is like what the camera literally sees, so. But I mean, it's just not the same. It's definitely just too bright in this camera. Right? That's too bright, yeah? Yeah, it's too bright. It is so weird how this camera is bright. And I don't get why. Could it be applying like some extra tone map? So what if I load this environment, and then I set this to just be linear? Like when it loads in, it gets the environment, and then it sets the tone map to be nothing so that it's not like applying twice. Or I guess, no, because yeah, it is unshaded. Alright, I think that might be it. Can I say map? What if it was really the map the whole time? No, this is like nothing. Instance index. Same thing there, I guess. That's also technically a disabled repeat. Because what I feel like happens here is when I turn off tone map, now it looks like it's not bright. So I think it is that the tone map is applying twice onto this texture. Because it sees through, and then it... Yeah, it's actually totally the tone map. Okay. So I get all these, and then I need to say, I will be right back. I'm back, and I've got food. So I'm going to eat. I'm back. All right. Yeah, so it's tone map for sure. So what I think I'm going to do is I want to store the real environment that I have. And I would just keep checking it on like a timer. And if it changes, then I need to apply the new environment. Which I don't think I'm ever going to do. Change the environment. Is there a way to select tone map or something? Like, all right, this is definitely an obvious like common problem. So let me see if I can't locate some details on this. That one I can leave. Oh, my flashbang. Jeez. Alright, I can start closing some of these. Alright, let me do... Let me do... What is it? Godot. Camera. I mean, this is just like a crazy search. Godot camera. Disable tone map. Unreal. Oh my gosh. I literally have Godot typed in. Why would it? I think just what I have to do is I actually have to take it off the environment and put it onto the compositor. Let me see exactly where tone mapping happens, because I should expect that it happens in one place and it's like as the final step, right? So render forward clustered. In fact, I might even expect to not see it here, but it would be in like the fragment shader. Oh, this is not the shader. As forward clustered shader? No. Shaders. There we go. Look for tone map. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna search tone map here, because I know where it calls. Tone map include. So someone's got to include that tone map include. Effects post. Okay, so this is just a post and after. Define apply tone mapping. This is really weird. What is this? This looks really weird. Something is strange there. Why are there multiple main functions? What? This is not inside any if. Why? How are there multiple main functions? How does that work? Okay. So it does Let me see if apply tone mapping. This is on post. So I'm sure it comes out. Nope. Render effects is what I was looking for. Shaders. What? Shaders. Oh, shaders effects. No. Why am I struggling to find where this is? What is that? Oh, render RD shaders effects. Okay. Let me just go here. So I'm guessing linear should just do nothing. If linear, yeah, return the color. So what I have to say is, yeah, I have to go into my code. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't do it like that. I have to put this in a compositor shader, and then basically just copy that code and do it myself. So I should be done with that. I should be done with this. So yeah, I would just set tone map to linear here. And then in my compositor, sky compute T-res. The type is physical sky compute. Alright, I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. Did I go through? Hello? I am back. Okay. What? So I need to remember how to do this. The compositor effects. Okay, so physical sky compute is a compositor effect. And compositor effect gets render callback. So I think what I'll do here is I would do... which order does tone map and lookup tables apply in? Do you apply... You probably do the lookup table and then the tone map? Should I stack those? Yeah, I think the lookup table and then a tone map. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make okay. I'm gonna try and copy this. The composite effects do kind of suck because you really do have to set them up, like, totally manually. You can't just create a shader and say, here's my shader. So before I get in there, a screen reading shader. Yeah. To adjust brightness, contrast. Yeah, so what I really want to do, yeah, custom post-processing. Bloom, yeah. So it should probably be with a compositor effect, though I don't know if it should. Yeah, I don't want to do that. That is just silly. The effect is not... Well, I mean, that's kind of not true because I know that my... Yeah, I just don't want to do that. I'm going to use the compositor. Yeah. Yeah, I want this because I'm sure it adds a not insignificant amount of time. To rendering. So it would definitely be better for me to just write, yeah, a proper thing. You can write it in this order? That's crazy. I didn't know you could write it in that order. Extends and then class name. Hmm. Where do they create the... There they are. Post transparent. Render data, get render scene buffers. Dude, the nesting stuff is just nuts. How they just keep doing that. If not, return. If not, return. Like, this being like 3 tabs in is, or 2 tabs in is so... Oh, they did it here. Render size. View, get color layer. Okay. Color RGB is VEC3 gray. Cool. Wait, what is this? Jitter, stutter, input lag? I guess I'll just start writing. Let me do... I guess I'll just make a new folder and call it post-process. And yes, I believe it has to be a tool. So what I'm going to do is I'm essentially just going to have an export to a file path, I think. How does this one work? This one just loads it directly. Yeah. So I will just give it a file path. Filter, probably like .glsl there. And then nothing else. String, pretty much. So I will go ahead and add this to here. Why is it not happy with me? Okay, I got a reload project. To get that to pop up, I guess. Yeah, GLSL, good. Oh, weird. Oh, it has to be like star.glsl. There it is. Good. So I will take this in. Then I guess I just have a set, which would be equal to load shader. So I have a function here called load shader, which will take in a string. So I just call load, and then I would create the spurb, and then I would have the shader. So this is an RID. So just call free shader if shader is valid. Okay. And then when do I get the render device? Init. Cool. I'll just do this. And I won't. Yeah, I won't actually write this line. That's kind of dumb. Just get the rendering device. Returns a rendering device. Always going back here to make sure I do it kind of the same way. Yep. Right, that's what I do too. I just say yeah. So let me actually do that, right? This is probably what I should do. I'll just do it the same way here. I call reload shaders. Let me call initialize shader. If not already failed to get a rendering device, and then I would return. So yeah, we'll just do set is actually just going to be and I don't even write this. I'll just call it reload shaders. Right. Now we do shader is RD or like sorry. What do I do? Yeah, like shader file, shader spurv. Okay. Let me call it shader path. RD shader S spurv. It is get spurv. Okay, then I do create shader from that. Why are we doing that? Shader create. All right, pretty simple. And then I'm not making a, is it a compute pipeline? Oh, I guess it would be a compute pipeline, isn't it? I don't know, let me just follow through this now. I'll go ahead and copy that from this guy though, because this is the more accurate code. I think this is all. I think that's all they do there. So I guess it was pretty simple there. And a pipeline. I guess, yeah, I need that as well. Which I don't have to free the pipeline, I just have to free... I guess I should drop the reference no matter what, right? Should drop the reference. Shader source. Okay, so I don't need to do that. And then I would just run pipeline create. Is it getting dark? It's a little dark. I'm gonna open the window a little bit. All right. Slightly brighter. So yeah, they just say pipeline compute pipeline create, yeah. Shader create, I think. I guess it could come back invalid, but I'm not gonna care. I don't know what any of that is. Yeah. It's all set up there. So then I would have render callback. And I just copied it from there, but I'm actually going to go through here and copy it instead. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much all this. So if we're not in the post, back to callback type. cool. Pipeline is valid and shader is valid. All right. So we ensure that we are on the right callback. Check shader is not defined yet. Was defined, it's just way up here for some reason. Oh, there's check shader. Okay, that's like nothing at all. rd.free, right. Okay. I am calling free, correct. It's weird that you don't have to free the pipeline. I really don't understand that. I think it's just because you create the pipeline from the shader, so when you free the shader, it goes to everything that it owns, which it owns the pipeline, so you end up freeing the pipeline too when you free the shader. Which I guess is nice, but also weird. I feel like this stuff has... Rendering stuff is always super tedious, and you have to do everything just right, or else you're gonna get problems very quickly. I feel like in this case, they should have just left it be super tedious, and like make you actually free them in the right order too. Free everything and in the right order. Because if you free shader before you free pipeline, it's gonna be like, oh, I still have a pipeline out there, I can't go away yet. So be like, oh, you have to do pipeline free, then you have to do shader free, and then you have to set them back. Like that's really what they should do. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna try to kind of ignore that a little bit and just go through how I do it, how I've written it, because I know that it's right. So we would run create. If the steps change, then we need to do a compute. So we just run this stuff. So we start our compute list. We say it's our pipeline. Then we have our uniform set. So the uniform set is a bit interesting. It's really just a getter that runs this. So we have a uniform. The type is a image to 0, and then I add ID LUT, which is what exactly? It is a texture. Oh, but I'm not creating a texture, I'm just binding the screen texture. Which I'm sure they'll get into this. Yeah, I'm just binding the screen texture. Uniform. It is kind of weird how they do this, though. They make you do all this, and they say, like, okay, but also it's going to be a cache, right? So I'll just run through the code, I guess. So we got to get our scene buffers. So I guess I need this. And they have some of this stuff here. I don't know if I'm going to use that. How do I do that? Groups is this divided by 8. X groups, Y groups. Oh, that's oh, why do I only create? Oh, I think I just said groups and then I have groups twice. Yeah, Because they compute each one individually, which is weird. Compute list dispatch. And they say 1. So yeah, it's kind of dumb how they do that. So I guess the first thing I can do is I can compute that. I need this first. Whoops. I hit close by accident. Almost closed everything. I meant to hit that. And then here. And then that. I guess I can call that P now. And then the number of groups would be get internal size. And I guess I should actually compute them individually because this isn't a square texture anymore. Also, yeah, I just do int divided by 8. I guess maybe this is more optimal, but I mean, actually, I guess I kind of need it. I don't know. Well, I know the size isn't 0. Whatever. Do I need these? Maybe I don't need those. The push constant. Do I have to give that? Do I actually give that? Oh, I do. Size, steps, padding, right. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna do this. I see what they're doing, but I'm gonna do it like this. So I guess I just need 16. Because then they push 2 more floats. They push 2 floats and they push 2 more floats. Float 32 array. So I am encoding a float. Oh, well, actually I'm encoding, actually I'm not. I am encoding a U32. Because the idea of this is that you're giving it... Oh, no, you're not giving it that. Wait. the size that wait, the X and Y size? Local size, that's not that. Raster size. GL global invocation ID. Let me see how I write this, because I actually want to make sure that I did this right. Global invocation ID over size steps. Okay, there we go. I do get it correctly. That's just so that each shader works on its own part of the screen. This is a really weird way to do it. If our X is outside of our size, that is strange, actually. That is kind of strange. And I do call image store correctly, right? I call it with the UV. IVEC, yeah. Good. Okay. I was just checking all that stuff is bound correctly. So these are float 32s. So this pushes... Yeah, I don't know why it pushes float 32. That's so silly. It's an integer. It's not a float. But I guess it's the same size. It is 32. So 32 bits divided by 8 is going to be 4 bytes, right? So I have 4, 8, 12, 16. So yeah, they line it up to 16. So this is correct. We line it up to 16. I'm actually setting my size X, my size Y. Yeah, vector 2i. Yep. Integer division. I knew it. It's really dumb that you can't hide those. You can say like, you can do it as like a float operation and then cast it to it, and then it still tells you integer division. I remember trying to figure out how to like get that to go away without making it look dumb. Look too dumb. I was like adding like int here. So like, yes, I know this is an int. This would be like the division. I mean, it's literally what I have written here. But then I'm like, no, I definitely want integer division. Okay. So that's all I have to do. To also call it push constants, I do. Cool. So I have the push constants, and then I have, I guess this technically is done. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't believe I have to do it for there, but I guess here, I don't know, just in case. just in case. Input image. So yeah, I'm actually just going to copy the rest of this. Do they have a mistake in their code? No, it is called push constant. Oh, it already is a byte array. And then it's just size. Yeah. Render scene buffers get color layer view, uniform image, bind it, to 0, input image. This should be an RID. Good. MSAA. MSAA variant of the buffer. So I definitely want true there. I definitely want true there. MSAA version of the buffer and MSAA is enabled. So yeah, I think I definitely want that to be true, right? Is there any more data on that? Yeah, I mean, I definitely just want that to be true. Right. Just get rid of all the commas, I don't need those. Okay, that's all I do. Cool. Uniform. All it takes is the image. Yep, cool. That seems like that's literally all I had to write. Yeah, that's all I had to write. And then I just have to write my own code. Sweet. So we'll just go in here to post-process and just start creating. I guess we'll create the files here instead. Sorry, add. And then okay, now we'll check my atmosphere and make sure I just kind of do this the same way. Those are necessary, and then I would just have that. Don't want that. Local size binding. This will just be screen. I'm not writing to anything. And this is just going to be a UVec2 with a vec2. So, do they run padding on theirs? Because they have to. Yeah, vec2 reserved. Okay. STD430. Well, I'm on a different version, I think. No, maybe I'm not. Yeah, I know. 430. Cool. Okay. So then I think it would just be like void main. And then I write all my code here. Let me just use, I guess, atmosphere is probably the shortest one. Yep. We compute our UV, then we just do our stuff, and then we call image store. UV. For some reason we copy in the size, I don't know why. I mean, it's already an IVEC. It actually should be a UVEC. Vec2 UV divided by the size steps. Identification ID. I guess I'm just gonna go with this. I'm just gonna copy this. I don't need to do anything crazy here. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of silly, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not gonna do size, I just need UV. So we take this out and then we just will write it back. And let me check that this is the same thing. Okay, they do RGBA 16. I guess so. Right. So do I really need size though? I feel like I absolutely don't need that. I feel like that's just a waste of time. I mean, okay, maybe I guess it's not if UV is... Yeah, I guess it's actually not. Is it discard? Can I use discard? No, it looks like I don't use discard, I just use return. Right, and this is where I would write my code. Cool. So I'm gonna go to how they do this. Tone map. Oh, I do need white though. So I guess I do need a white value, so I'll pass in the white value. Which is going to give me a float. What is this range? From 0 to 16, and that's the limit. And I'm just going to copy their description here. The reference value, the white reference value for tone mapping. For photorealistic lighting. I'm just going to copy the description. Recommended values are between 6 and 8. Do I do like code? No. Actually, maybe what I do is I just say like, oh no, I guess I can't really do that. I just pass in white. Yeah. I just pass in white as a float. White. Size, white, and padding. That's all I should have to do. Yeah. Okay. So I'm never going to make it a function. I'm just going to inline this. So tone, apply tone mapping. This does, okay. Here, where is it? Here. it takes in, where's main? Source color. Then we do sRGB to linear, apply tone mapping, and then we go back. So sRGB to linear. So I guess I'll just write these functions. And then color correction as well. Okay. Right, that's what they do. Linear. Yeah. And then I would go up here, where they, in theory, have these functions. Good. What is all that? Okay, and then I would bring in Reinhardt. Cool. All right. So that should be it. Open the file in the file system doc in order to see the reason. Yeah, I bet. Only apply to images. RGB is 16F. Oh. I think I had like some half copies here. Uniform image 2D, right? Perfect. Image load, no matching function, overloaded function found. Right. So yeah, I still have... Oh, it does take an IVEC. Wow, that's silly. It can't handle the UVEC. Global invocation ID is what? Let me see what this is. A UVEC 3. Okay. So that's kind of really silly, actually. Can I convert from toss float to temp high 4-component vector of float? On line 46. Vec4 image load. UV IVEC. Oh, it should be IVEC, shouldn't it? Or this already was an IVEC, which is what I was just looking at. It's a U. I mean, should that really matter? I feel like that shouldn't really matter. Cannot convert from no matching overloaded function found. Okay, so that is definitely this just being a bit silly. Line 48. Huh. How do they write this? Oh, never mind. It's not quite like that. Oh my gosh, this is just... all over the place. Colors of EC4. Oh, they are doing color RGB. Although it feels a bit silly, honestly. Oh well. UV undeclared. Okay, well. Sweet. Okay. So loaded, which means I expect it to start working. So I will reload saved scene and see the tone mapping. Needs texture uses storage bit flag in order to be used as uniform. Okay. Close world, so we stop trying to do that. So yeah, what did I mess up there? Well, this tutorial isn't right, is it? It has a mistake. Yeah. Okay, let me just open world really fast so that I can get that error again. Then I will close it. Okay. I think that first one's I can ignore. This is my error. Wait. Needs texture uses storage bit usage flag. Maybe I don't pass true. And then this solves my problem. Oh, it did. Well, it's doing something, that's for sure. Really funny. Okay. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. That's actually just crazy looking. So what did I do wrong? sRGB to linear, tone map, linear. Did I write that in the wrong order? Do I already get it? sRGB to linear, linear to sRGB. Yeah, so I don't know what I did wrong there. Is it supposed to be 32F? No. Well, that's just crazy. So this is linear. Technically one should be linear. You know, I really don't know what I did wrong. Because I just should have copied these methods. That's all I did. I just copied these. Let me see if Luminance multiplier. BCS. Color correction. Alright, I did change this to like 32-bit, so let me change this to 16. Hey, is it working now? Wait, is it working now? Got to reload. Oh, cool. Okay. So that... I'm really not sure what changed. I could possibly be reading it wrong still. Oh, you know what? I bet I was like passing in like 0 or something. Like, I can't see any difference, by the way. When I change it between these two values, I cannot tell a difference. Alright, but that's cool. I like that. Okay. So now what I think I do is I just take compositor and I can copy compositor and just cut out that bit, because I think or actually just don't take any compositor, just use environment and camera attributes and then cut out the compositor. The default compositor to use if not set on the camera 3D. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure that now on the rifle scene I turn off the compositor. I just say new compositor and leave it empty. Attempt to call on a null instance. Are we for real right now? What are you talking about? Is it not set? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I guess I just kind of wait. Yeah, just have to wait until we get a shader path. Right, so it is still... Well, actually it's not. Nice. Awesome. I was going to say it's still bright, but it's actually... It actually isn't. It looks brighter, I guess because the camera is doing autofocus, but... Which does kind of suck that the camera's doing autofocus. Yeah, because I jump in here and that's doing autofocus. So I need to make sure I can just have this also use the same camera attributes. I don't know. I guess what I would do is I would copy it in there and then turn off auto exposure. Actually, that should just be on scope camera, right? Camera attributes doesn't store anything else, right? It's just, yeah, there's no extra resources. Cool. That is so many like errors popping up. Cannot call duplicate on a null value. Ah, okay. I want it to be automatic. Let me try this. Does weapon scene know about the owner? It doesn't. But it could be given a method that's like... I do it in the player when I have the pickup. It says, hey, are you a revolver? So I guess here what I could say is... just have a scope rifle and then say... So I just have a method that says it needs to take in. And when the player takes out this gun, I just say, hey, am I grabbing that, you know? Um, wait, what is this environment? A world environment should be, I guess it's, yeah, camera attributes. Hey, Brad. Look at this. Hang on. I gotta take the dog out really quick. Oh, hey, let me see if this works, please. If it works, please work, please work, please be working when I pick you up. It is doing auto exposure, which is still wrong. Yeah, the camera's still doing auto exposure, which is really, really dumb. I guess let me just put a breakpoint there and see if that's even working correctly. Because I have to call select weapon to pull it out, right? Yeah. Camera attributes. Auto exposure enabled. Step in. Oh. Well, I just save them. I don't actually do anything with them. That's stupid. Hang on. We'll go. We'll go outside. We will. We'll go outside. Just hang on. He's already sat down because I'm taking too long. Alright. So, I'll just hit continue. Looks like it probably works now. Well, it obviously worked. It just didn't apply to FOV. Just overwrote the FOV when I picked it up. And I'm gonna go and take that off because I know it's working. Yep, but looking through the scope should help expose. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good. It's working. Look at the sun. Very bright. I should definitely make something where, like, if you are aimed through a scope and you are align yourself with the sun and you hold it for like a few seconds, it like literally blinds you. That should honestly happen. Okay. Cool. This is a lot of like fiddling around here. I will be right back. I'm gonna take the dog out, and I should be able to commit this now because this was a big change that I had to fix with a lot of extra stuff by making my own. I am back. Wait. Alright. So we apply this. That was a huge detour, but I knew that I wanted to do that at some point anyway because... yeah. Ooh. I did realize it does also apply that tone map over the menu. It's not just the camera, it is over the whole screen. That's why they do it as a quad. That is why they do it as a quad. Damn. Yeah, I noticed that immediately. That this is not the same anymore. Is it? Wait, is this? Also, this text is super blurry. Is this applying? Why is it like not? Okay. It shouldn't be because this is after post-transparent, right? It's post-transparent. So it's before, it should be before I'm drawing canvas layer. It should be before that. Maybe it's not, I don't know, maybe it isn't. Amen. Gnarly looking. Alright, well this is working now. And I can blind myself. It should definitely be able, like, if you do this, if you do this in the game, you go blind. Just like instantly. Or just white out your whole screen. That'll be funny. I'm gonna add that as a to-do, in fact. Angry to-dos. Flashbang the screen. Midday, because I do want you to be able to look at the sunrise through the scope. It is, you know, it's not safe to look at the sun ever, but in the mornings when it's coming over the horizon, it's not too bright. You can look directly at it. For a short amount of time. Not like the whole time while it's rising, but for at least, like, I would say probably like 10 seconds at a time, you can probably look at it and be fine. Probably. Okay. Alright, I am finally committing all these files. Add. Let me save that for the next commit. I'll do that on the next commit. The fixing the scope. Yeah, I'm not adding the compositor. I will add that partially. Split this into lines, please. Nope. Yes and yes. Wait, yeah, I'm removing those lines. Okay. Not the compositor, not turning off the tone map yet. Scope shader. I will leave those because I don't really change anything there. Leaving that. Use TAA true. No. No, I don't want that. Let me also reset the FOV and stuff. Or the near and the far. Well, the near and the far will stay the same. Well, actually, no, I'm just not committing those changes at all. But I need to go fix those before I send the actual thing. So let's go back to point. Let's go to point. I'll just leave it on 0.5, I guess, for now. Or point. No. I'll change it back to this one. Not adding player, not adding compositor, not adding environment, not adding that shader, not adding that, not adding that. I am adding world, however. I will put moonlight back to 100 also. Because I need to modify that one. That intensity will be... Actually, I'll set the intensity that it will be at a full moon, and then I'll modify the energy based on how much of the disk is... How much of the surface is illuminated. And not necessarily how much of the surface, but... the amount of reflection that's actually coming off the surface. Because that's not... That's based more on the angle between the sun, between the moon and the sun. Because of that retro-reflective effect that happens. That's bolt rifle. World. Add sky intensity. So sky intensity will be modulated based on a computed luminance on the sky texture, and then adjust camera exposure for nighttime, and then that's pretty much all I did, right? Yeah. Add a note for important value that I tried to change. Oh, before that, I guess this is probably here. Reduce flashlight luminance. Sweet. Okay. Now I think I'll be adding the rest of this, so we get the player can set the scope camera attributes. Added a compositor effect. I removed the tone map. I changed that, which is probably not necessary, but whatever, I did it. And then these take an FOV, and they will copy the camera attributes. I added a compositor so it doesn't do any compositing. So it disables compositing. And then this I gotta turn off. I don't know how I left that on. Oh, so you can just add character, player. I set the compositor and then the FOV and the near and the far. I guess it's fine to leave. I guess really what I should do is just leave the FOV at 5. Or not even do that. Just clear all that out, actually. I'm just going to clear all that out. Because this is not set here. This is set elsewhere. When it loads, it applies its FOV, but when it's sitting there, it's running its own thing. So bolt rifle is seen. I just removed those. Cool. And then I just move, yeah. Double check everything. That. Wait, what is that? Sky. For some reason I thought I saw sky yellow. Oh, what the? Yeah, why did it do this? Stop it. Please stop it. I have to like physically have this open to not do that. Very stupid. Yeah, so we're just removing the tone map. In fact, I will also remove the tone map color. So that we're not doing anything. Compositor effect. Removing all the tone map settings. Setting that. Yeah, the white is there now. Okay. Huh. Huh. This process shader thing. Apparently I have an extra space there. Really? Okay. Have to go open it. Directly. That was after params. This is why I double check, because dumb things like extra spaces at the end of lines. Because I was silly enough to copy the code from Godot's website, of course. Or is it even from my own code? Was it from my own code? Well, now I look extra stupid. Cool. Fix scope camera. Scope rifle now takes camera attributes from controllers. And then to custom compositor shader. So that tone map is not applied twice. Messing with the appearance of the rifle scope. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Move tone map to custom compositor shaders so that tone map does not apply twice, messing with the appearance of the rifle scope. Okay. Cool. It's all in there. Epic. Now I'm gonna go and fix the moon moving while I have the chance. A little bit of downtime here. So I really don't understand why the moon doesn't move. That's really weird to me that it doesn't move. I guess I'm going to take these out. Probably take out the prince. And take out the time. Or just that computation, I guess. You know what, let me even move it directly in here. Well, I guess I kind of can't because I'm doing string stuff there, so. But that line doesn't need to happen. Also, inverse total is... You know what? It works as it is. Oh my gosh. No, I have to fix that because otherwise it's gonna be... Dang it. Alright, I gotta add this back. I messed it up again. Oh my gosh. So dumb. I double check stuff and I still forget to... I still miss things, but... Well, it's gonna be really dark. Yeah, it's already like super dark. Weirdly, the average color doesn't look too crazy. I guess it is kind of... I mean, you know. 2.5. Let me go slightly before noon. I could just do a multiplier and multiply this value. The luminance. It is really going up. I guess it'll go up for like a little bit and then drop again. Because I'm definitely past noon, so the sun's definitely coming down right now. Alright, but I'm gonna drag this out to 7.5. See what our luminance is now. Because I wasn't averaging the color like I was supposed to, but I guess the effect was kind of the same. So this is still 2.55, which is great. I like that. I mean, all I'm doing now is just dividing it by the number of pixels, which strangely is only a fourth of the value. How is it only a fourth of the value? What was it like? I mean, really what I'm doing is I'm just multiplying it by this value, right? I'm just multiplying it by size x, or 1 over size x. Yeah, those values are way larger for sure. But interestingly, the luminance... Huh. So, instead of that, what I'm really looking at is... because I'm running at... Well, let me see. Let me put this back to... Oh my gosh. I gotta close all this stuff. I mean, yeah, I guess, like, yeah, this, like, natural logging really is actually doing a lot of work, honestly. It really is doing a lot of work. So, what I really need is to have it be like that. So, I'm going to set this back to 1.0 and set this at noon. Or rather, I'm going to see what time it is when it's hitting 7. And then checking that value and just making that my luminance value. So what time does this hit 7? I think I can skip ahead a lot. Like, quite a lot. Okay, maybe not that far. That's probably way too far. Yeah, that was way too far. 0.8. Okay, we're gonna cross 7 soon. So that was about like 5 seconds. If it's times 30, so 5 seconds times 30 is 2.5 minutes. So I need to get this to 14:30. Or I guess 30 seconds before 14:30. I guess as close as I can get it until the first tick is like... Okay, that's way too far. Still way too... Actually, no, not far enough. Never mind. Also, when I print it, I'm going to print out the current time. So I expect to get this in like 30 seconds. Okay, we went a whole minute forward. And it's not actually dark enough yet. Okay, so it looks like 16:30. I was way off. Okay. So let me try to get this back. To just before. Hey Dallin, bad news, doctor said it's irremovable. 25 injections once every month for 5 months. I don't know what your surgery was about. But that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Okay, so it's about right there. I missed it. I have to go a full minute back. You have to go full minute back. Oh, 09. But I do have a question. Does that mean you will be able to like take breaks from work if you work or whatever you do? You get a pass to skip work? A little bit later than this. I mean, it's actually pretty close. So this is like... I mean, I'm pretty much right on it, I think. I guess I'll go a bit later. Am I in seconds now? Interesting. So let's just go to 3. Sure, try that. Ooh, I'm very, very close. Okay. Just go to kill it. I don't have big ones to show up on Google, but it's bad. I have to take injections to diminish them. I'll never get rid of them. That really sucks. Yeah, I will pass on Googling that. Because, you know, I don't want to, you know, whatever it is, I'm sure Google is going to give me something really awful looking. So it usually does. Like, you look up paper cut and you're like, oh, you mean like a little cut that's like a little bit of bleeding? And Google's like, here's a large open wound on someone's body. Worst paper cut in history. All right, that's probably as close as I can get. So, at this time of day, when I flip it over is what I'm going to set this value to. Okay. I've made like 10 mistakes on top of each other, and I've been slowly realizing these mistakes that I've made and fixing them. All right, so 1.187, so 1.2. I'll say 1.2. Mortal Kombat most realistic death compilations, yeah. And since this value is now so much lower, let me set this to like 2. Or I guess 3. No, I'll do 2. Cool. I'm slowly getting my skylights to dim at night in a way that feels nice. It is dropping really fast though, but I mean it is supposed to be linear, I guess. Yes, the real question is, will it get too dark and do I need to curve it now? Probably. I probably need to curve it. It's definitely getting too dark too fast. Yeah, I guess I'll just start curving this. I'll start at 0.5. Well, I'll bring it to 1 linear, and then set this back and figure out when this hits the bottom, when it hits like 9,000. Whoops, I need to bring this up to 7 though. And then I was supposed to actually bring it later in the day, which I didn't do. Is it like midnight when this reaches? Wow, yeah, it's like really late when this hits. It did just cross 0.1, so I guess that might be helpful to see when this happens. At time 22:08:52. I mean, I guess I can just leave it on that value and then mess with that. So put this at 0.12. So I need to see when luminance hits, well, I guess not 0.1. It would be, is that the curve that I apply? No. I mean, I guess I'm just going to curve it until I see the same value. Oh yeah, that's actually almost right on 875, so I'll run this until I see 875. And I know it's not going to work on linear. Well, that's actually higher. Wait. Oh, because I didn't change it back. So 8. Was it 850? I actually didn't remember the time that I was supposed to set it to. I need to remember that value. I'm trying to think here. Should I leave it? You know what? I think I'll just do the total. No, I do have to divide it to get the average value. Man. So I'm looking at 0.1 at 852. Or I should actually say like 1008. 1009. 0852 at, let me write it all down. I'm really just gonna struggle to remember this. That value. I want to curve it until I get this value showing up here. Okay. 1.2. And then I think I'm just starting at 0.5. Yeah. And seeing where I need to go from there. 0852. Okay, so I gotta curve it up more. I go to 0.2. It's like literally not changing at all. It's kind of crazy. Oh wait, intensity is really, really low now. Also, the moon is super bright. I need to change that back again. Is it going to be possible for me to curve it like this? How did I... Should I leave it in the weird broken state? Should I leave it in like the broken state that actually gives me a nice value back? Do I just multiply my luminance by like some value? So this is just kind of a weird thing to do. Honestly, this is just a weird thing to do. This should just be done down here. I don't know what to do. This will be sky intensity maximum. Because I see how this gave me a nicer value because it was putting it through like a log scale. Maybe this is what I should do. Maybe I should modify this value. You know what? What if I don't scale it at all? What if I leave this not there? I think this is probably just computed because this is like the average brightness of his shader at like... Oh man. At like noon, perhaps? I'm trying to see if I can, because the reason I can't just put that back there to have this multiplied by 1 is because if I change the size of this texture, wait, does the size of this texture change? Yes, it can. The size of this texture can change. I think currently it's like, I don't even know. Let me just run it. It gave me such nice values when I added everything up. And it actually like dropped correctly. Maybe I can divide it by this value and then multiply it by some extra scale. Oh, I hate that. I could do that. I could divide it by its scale and then multiply it by 1024 or whatever the size is, 256, to get it back. So then if I double the size, the result should stay the same. I end up scaling it down and then I multiply by 256. I think that's kind of all I do, actually. Yeah, let me do that. That's actually fine. I feel like that's totally fine. Maybe we should go on Amazon, buy a kilogram of assorted nuts. Yeah. Dude, this is... Okay, so this is going to bring it back, so I don't have to touch anything. I just have to say, oh, let's divide it by the size. Okay, but also let's multiply the size back in. Right? Because I actually got it to look really nice how I, you know, in a way that I wanted it to be. And then I discovered a mistake. And everything crumbled. Also, I actually want this to be 8-8. Or 8-4-4. With no easing. Actually, you know what? Now that you mention it, I have corn nuts. I'm going to go get some corn nuts. Those are pretty good. All right, we're back to how it was before. How I want it. So let me send this. Set the time back, of course. Actually, what were these defaults? It was 6. Okay, I'll move those back so that these lines aren't changing. Six, and then 0.5. And then 80477. And then it's like a random line change here that I need to bring back. Alright, so we add them all up. And then multiply it by 256. This factor gives better results. Ask me how I found out. And I'm sending a lot. Why did world change? Oh. Back here, save, and then I go here. And it's still weird. So all right, it's only this. Right. Alright, yep, reload that, because I don't even know why that changed. And why it wasn't changing back. Oh. I will be right back. Very, very quick. I'm back. Stall. Minecraft. Okay. I finished this like this morning, and then I had to go on a whole side quest of figuring out how to make it look nicer. Okay. Sunlight to diminish accurately to the transmittance of the sky. So currently I'm doing this a little bit where I'm already like halfway there, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Essentially, instead of looking up the sky texture, I'm going to be looking up the transmittance texture and computing the position of the sun on that transmittance texture and setting that as the color of the sunlight. Or I guess I would really go by... Wait, why is the sunlight at 5500? Do I set temperature anywhere? What? How long has that been like that? Wow, that's like kind of a huge mistake. I mean, it's not a huge mistake. It doesn't really change much of anything, but the color of everything is going to be a little different now. Because 6500 is what it is at midday. Yeah, it made everything look a little more brown, I guess. A little more yellow. Red. Well, I mean... It doesn't change the color of the sky, right? Yeah, it's only the color of objects. Indirect sunlight. Well, temperature or color? I think temperature just sets a correlated color texture, which tints the light color. The sun on a cloudy day is 6500. On a clear day, it is between 55 to 6. And a clear day at sunrise, it ranges to around 1850. Really, 1850? Whoa. I mean, yeah, pretty much. To tint the light color, can I compute temperature from color? Because that's what I would like to do. I would like to take the color of the sky. The lookup table gives me... I'll even double check it to verify. But I'm pretty sure it gives me 4 values. It gets me spectral information instead of... Well, I didn't mean to open that. Yeah, see how it's like slightly transparent? So it gives me 4 values. So can I gotta look this up. So I get spectral irradiance. And then I need to look for color temperature. Color temperature... to, what is it, like... Is it like light body temperature? Is that what we call it? Thermal? No. Planck's law. So I can literally compute samples here on my wavelength and try to correlate that back to a color temperature. So the SI units of the spectral radiance. I don't actually have spectral radiance. I have spectral irradiance, which gives me values at Am I looking for black body radiation? Right, I have spectral irradiance. Wait. Yeah, this is what I have. I have 4 values here. And I want to get back to the sun approximate a black body radiator. I guess I should have. I guess I meant black body. Radiance expressed in radiance. Okay. This is some math here for sure. So 2HC, is that what I think that is? This gets me. The quantity is the spectral radiance. BV is wait, what am I looking for? Temperature T. So okay, so they're calling temperatures T. Temperature is T. Spectral radiance, where V is the radiance. Frequency V at absolute temperature T. Well, this is really annoying. Boltzmann constant, long speed of light. Speed of light in the medium, material or vacuum. So it's going to be no different for atmosphere. So we want to compute temperature, but I'm not seeing this actually give me how to compute temperature. It's computing spectral radiance from temperature. I want to get temperature. It's probably in here. There's just a lot of... It'll be hard for me to figure it out. Yeah, I gotta... Where are your nuts at? Corn nuts. This is Planck's law. Calculate. That's a crazy message. Calculate body fat percentage. Calculate temperature from spectral radiance. No, thank you. Please stop. What do you mean AI mode? They already give me. It's already full of AI. Black body properties? Yeah, I don't know that. That's what I don't know. There's got to be a way to get the radiance, because that's how we calculate it. We're like, hey, look at that star. I wonder what temperature it is. Let's look at the spectrum. Oh, this is the temperature. Right? The wavelength at which the intensity per unit wavelength of the radiation produced by a black body has a local maximum or peak is a function only of the temperature. Temperature given in kelvins. Kelvins. Really, so we just look at where it shines the brightest? Black body spectral radiance calculator. I don't get it. I don't get it. Black body paint. Do they get into this? I feel like it's sitting right in front of me, and I just like am probably too dumb to see this. At temperature T into a solid unisolid angle and frequency. So I wonder if I could just compute. Dude. All right, let me look at the spectrum of the sun. Give me the image. Give me the graph. I want the graph. Please, I want the graph. Sunlight without atmospheric absorption. So it's peaking at 500 nanometers. I guess it does stay in the visible spectrum. Sunlight at sea level. What does that mean, sunlight at sea level? Nanometers. Alright, let me look at the shader. Sun spectral irradiance at the values what? 630, 560, 490, 430. Okay. So would I take the two highest values, average them? Is that the idea? And then I have those as wavelengths. Or I guess what I can do is I can take those four values and I could fit the curve to it, compute where the peak should be and use that as my temperature. Is that the idea? This is way more complex than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be not very difficult at all. But since I have to give it in temperature, in fact, never mind. I was going to look at how they do it, but I know what they do. They just take the temperature and they multiply it by some matrix. So I guess. Fitting to data. How to fit a Planck function to some data in order to determine the temperature. Wow, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Try to adapt previous program done by try the curve fitting app. Writing the equation into custom equation. That does not work either. Can you share the fit blackbody M file? Frequency? $2020. This looks ugly. It still managed to abstain so much. Dude, why is he roasting this guy? Is this really that plot? I need something where I only have like a couple samples. But a 1D spectrum using curve fit that we generate from a known model. Covariance matrix. Is this too complicated? Wavelengths? Wait, they only have... Or no, this is just the linear space? What is that? T1, T2. Make synthetic data? How many? WA? Oh. They make a lot of points. I guess this is like 2 to 100 with increments of 0.1. That's my thinking. Actual data. The thing is, I only have 4 samples, which I'm sure is going to be really bad. But perhaps it's actually not so bad. Oh, this is Python. Wait, this is Python 2. This is really old code. How old is this code? I just noticed that. View selection source. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm going to view the page source. What is going on? Apparently I had a Selection made. How old is this? They unfortunately don't have it written. That's tough. That's like Python 2. Yes. I have very small sample. What is this? Plotting? It is unfortunately not possible to say anything about this when you don't provide a data set. Okay. Sample points are not enough. What do you mean 6 are not enough? That is a very cold object with a very high irradiance. What is that? Yeah. This is like crazy data. All right, you know what? What does Google think? To fit a blackbody curve to experimental wavelength irradiance values, you use a nonlinear least squares optimization algorithm to find temperature T and an emissivity E that best fit the data. Minimizes the sum of the squared difference between your measured data and your theoretical Planck curve. I know what emissivity is, I believe. So I could fix that. I assume I would just get that from... Do I just run this Python code? Do I have SciPy? No. Honestly, I think this is what I have to do. I have to... Initial guess epsilon. What do they mean by that? Because I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say it's 5,000. And just 1, I suppose. Planck radiance. These wavelengths are... Yeah, I have to scale those. I mean, those, I don't know, those look right. I have no clue. Irradiance e to the 11. Is this what these values come out to? It can't be that complicated. Apparently it is. Apparently it is. So I have watts per meter per nanometer. Make day and night and make the night blend in with the shadows when the sun is going down. Yeah. Let me look at here. Gotta find SciPy. Do I get this from here? Python SciPy? I mean, I guess this is where I get it from, right? Sure. Actually, can I really do this without? Because I'm gonna do this with Python. I would still have to convert it. I really just need to know how I can estimate this. Maybe I should look into how much code this is really gonna cost. How much do I have to write to make this work? So I guess let me go to SciPy. Try to find. I guess I click contribute. GitHub. So this is curve fit. Oh, if it is all in Python, then that's going to be pretty nice, but probably not. What? Don't tell me they just made up a function. Curve fit. Yeah, where does that come from? Is it least squares? It's min pack. Okay. What is this function? That's a lot of documentation. That's a lot. That's a lot of garbage. It's a lot of garbage that I'm looking at. Least square with the function. This is so much. Man. Right. I'm going to invert whatever they do for their temperature to color tint and use that. I already had Light 3D open, which is funny because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's right there. Color from temperature. All right. So essentially I just do the opposite of this. I have my color, linear XYZ. Maybe I'll just look up a different function instead of trying to invert that. Did they just give a good guess here? Calculation. Be perceptually meaningful. That's crazy. Perceptually meaningful, they say. Oh look, there's D50, D65, D55. I remember that. So essentially I have a color along here that I have, and then I say, all right, here's my color, what's my temperature? And I plug that back in. Right? Or do I maybe say instead, I fix the light to white, and then I adjust the color instead of the temperature, because I already have the color. Maybe that's what I should do. That's probably a better idea. Let me go check their code to make sure what they do is they just get the color temperature and then they just multiply it by the color. Oh, cool, they do. Funny. So I'll just do that. I will just fix the temperature of the sun to a certain value, the sunlight, to a specific white value that I like. So probably more like, I'm gonna go 5750. And now what I will do is I adjust my color instead, right? Also, why did setting this to 0 not make it? That's ambient light, right? That's the ambient light. Okay. All right. What? So I fix that to a certain value, and then I change the color. Okay. So I will need the code from common probably. Huh. Yep, now he's barking. Linear SRBG or sRGB from spectral samples. So honestly, maybe what I do is I just read from the sky texture again and use that as the color of the light that shines. It's probably a better idea, right? Maybe not. Man, I'm really slowing down. Okay. That is going through. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. So I will sample from the lookup texture, multiply it by this to get my RGB value, and then just throw that in there as the color. Because when I do all the stuff on the sky, I get an overbright texture. So this should not do that. This should just ask like, hey, what is our spectral irradiance at this point in the sky? So that's what I will ask. So I will need all that. Did that copy correct? No provider? Yeah. Okay. I think I could open it here because it's already in one of these. I believe this shader should have it. Yep. Actually, why do I have spectral? That's to get the color at noon. Why do I get that color? Why do I get that color? Oh, right. Okay. Transmittance times this, sun color, and then I would convert it. Times transmittance again. Oh, sun color is 0. We add, that's a bloom effect. if we're inside the sun, this is the sun disk, so then the color changes to this. And moon mask essentially just says how much of it is visible at that point. If I were to sun disk, space irradiance. I guess this is just what I do. I get space irradiance, but I'm not sure why I have a pi over 2 multiplication there. That one I don't get. Alright, that's just the bloom effect. This pi over 2 is really strange. Mix the sun color with the sun disk, which is space irradiance. Zenith transmittance, zenith irradiance. Why is it? Why? Illuminance times sun spectral. Okay. So essentially this is just spectral value over the zenith transmittance. So the bloom or the... Okay, so it is this. Wait, no. I'm so confused. This is honestly kind of weird. I don't get why... Dog is barking. I don't understand why I have 2 color calculations here. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Man, maybe I need to take a break or something. I don't know. Sun disk adding. Sun color and sun disk. Get sun color. I get the sun color and then I just mix the 2 together. So somewhere I have to multiply it by the transmittance, which is this. This is my transmittance. I multiply it there. Sun diameter radiance times factor. This is what I don't get. The bloom effect grows out, and I multiply that by the transmittance. But the sun disk, I don't multiply it by the transmittance. Oh, I do. Then I multiply it here at the... Oh my gosh. Ah! There it is. There's the multiplication by the transmittance. Oh my. Alright. So, the sun... The transmittance is this value, and sun color is just the zenith irradiance. Okay. Right. So transmittance from LUT is going to be I direction with straight up. Why do I call it I direction and not sun direction? Because the sun disk has to be multiplied by the irradiance transmittance at the I direction, which is this. Right there. But what I would really have is, instead of I direction, I would have sun direction here to compute the transmittance at the point of the sun. Okay. So I need transmittance from LUT. Which would be U in V, come from cosine theta, which is the direction I'm looking at. Cosine theta would be the dot of the sun's Z with the up direction, right? Yeah. Holy crap. All right, there's compute sky intensity. I'm going to compute the sun color. The first one won't have a texture, so wait for it. And then, yeah, I'll just be doing a lot of the same stuff here. I have so many values. A sun color rate. This one I probably need to go more than 1 second. Actually, the LUT texture is only created once, so I don't have to keep reading it. I only have to read it. I only have to wait for it to have a value, and then I get it once, and then I have it saved. So let me say every time I compute, I mean, yeah, it's actually how frequently to update. I can actually just read it literally every frame. That's actually not a big deal to read that every frame, I think. It's a single pixel check. So but I will need, actually, yeah, I'm not going to interpolate at all. I'm just going to set it every time. So when I call I'm essentially just going to keep waiting. Yeah, I'm going to sync until I get the LUT texture. And in fact, what I could really do is when I compute this, then I can sync. So I know well, this does go on the render thread, so I guess I actually still have to wait. I won't be changing it live. Yeah, I won't be changing it live. So, I will essentially just say, like, test. Because the texture looks like, I keep opening that by accident. The texture looks like this. So reading the far corner at the end is like 1 and 1. So just to compute sun color. Okay. So I'll just say if not, if I don't have the texture yet, I'm going to get the image. Texture. Yeah, get. Can I say like? Wait, changed? No, that's not how that works. Yeah, it's just get image. And then I need to sample from the brightest portion. How can I do this? Get pixel v vector 2i. Yeah, I think I would just do this in the size. integer arguments. So is that zeros? I can subtract 1 or something? Probably. With the image size -1. Vector 2 and float. What about vector 2 and int? Yeah. Okay. Why don't they like that? Man. Stupid. You got 0 approx. No. Wait, what is this? Get luminance. Okay. Alright, what do we have here? What, should I get luminance as 0 approximate or something? Is that what I do? I really just want to know if all the values. If it's all 0, then I will just return. If I don't have the texture, I actually want to do a render. Force a synchronization, and then I will just return sun light color. Otherwise, can I return type color because the function return type is okay. Dumb. Color, fine. Otherwise, when we get it, I will set my texture to that image. And it is a resource which are passed by reference. Good. So I'll just copy this. So we take... I'll actually just take a direction. Sorry. Direction. And then... normalized altitude. No, just take a direction. Direction, and then the... Cool. So... the coordinate is going to be a float, which will be the dot of direction and vector 3 dot up. That's not how dot works. Dot it with up, good. And then I would return a pixel at the... can I do like sample? No. Can I sample from a point instead of just getting that? Because I would really like to sample this. Let me try to figure that out. Alright, we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sample a texture from a script is what I would really like to do. Yeah. I guess I could read the 4 pixels around it. Sample from image, linear. Should I do that? Should I sample the 4 spots around it? Maybe I should. So I get a coordinate that is essentially 0 to 1. So I need to multiply this by the also, is it even correct that I sample it like this? I don't know, it seems weird. It seems weird that when I use this lookup texture, I actually just go like in a diagonal line or something. Or maybe I just follow this line, I don't even know. It seems weird. Because I essentially read from here at the top. And as I come down, I basically trace this line back to the middle. Cosine theta and altitude. 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 Is altitude supposed to be my altitude? Wait, it is. Wait, it is. Because my altitude should be way down here. This should be the transmittance that I'm using. I'm using like a value near 0. This one is if I'm like, my altitude is at the top of the atmosphere. Basically, I can see it, I can see it, I can see it, and then I can't see it. I need to look at that, because that might be a mistake that I've made a long time ago. I need to look at atmosphere. Atmosphere is what? Not that one. Atmosphere computes the sky texture. So ray origin. Compute and scattering should get the transmittance. Transmittance from so sample cosine theta and normalized altitude. Normalized altitude is altitude, distance to Earth center. Distance to Earth center is the ray. Oh, maybe I do just run it like that. Because essentially the ray origin starts at Alright, let me see where all I do this. So zenith cosine theta is it's aligned and my altitude is 0. Okay. Here, I pass xy, xy. So that would be altitude 0. Normalized altitude. It should be 0. This should also be 0, shouldn't it? Get multiple scattering to the ground. 0. Normalized height. Yeah, I think it should be my altitude, which is 0. Dang, how did I mess that up? This should definitely just be, okay, for now I need to comment all that out and do return. I don't know, just color, return color. View color. Sunlight color. Now I gotta change this to be 0. This should be 0. Now how does that look in the game? Okay. It looks shockingly the same. Maybe a little bit different, I don't know. Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. Wow. Oh, wow. I really messed that up. That looks so cool. You can barely tell what's happening here, but I can tell it's already getting really yellow and orange. I was complaining like a few days ago that my sun was looking like, for some reason, not even very orange, like slightly tinged orange on the horizon, and I'm used to it being red. So will it turn red when I get it there? Oh, not quite. But that is way better. That's definitely way, way better than it was before. Because I can already see color in it here. Let me just try showing it partially. Let's get right up on the sun here. So yeah, it already looks pretty yellow up there. So if I make this XY. Yep, now it's just pure white. And as it sets, it's going to stay really, really white. And pretty much never get any darker. And then it turns orange. Now if I make it 0... Okay, it did get dimmer, but, you know, that's like, you know... At least it's like white when it's up in the sky. And I guess my altitude shouldn't be quite so low. This is normalized altitude, which is... normalized altitude should probably be... Or just trends. Whenever I call it... yeah. Normalized altitude in atmosphere. Altitude over atmosphere thickness. Distance to Earth center minus the Earth radius. Okay, so it's 0 to 1 for the thickness of the atmosphere. So if my atmosphere is 100 meters thick, kilometers thick, 100 kilometers, and I am at... What am I at? I'm at something. I am at 0.15, so I'm at 150 meters. So 150 over that. Well, that's just what I get, I guess. .0015. So I will sample from 0015. Slightly up. Okay. Yeah, it is immediately like actually kind of yellow looking, which is really cool. Although I really wish it turned red. I really don't know why it doesn't just turn solid red at this light. Yeah, dang. It is pretty yellow though, honestly. I mean, it just looks yellow. I don't know, like is this not exactly yellow? But it does seem very yellow. Maybe it is too yellow. Maybe I take the square root of this. No, the square root makes it go up. Maybe I take the square of this. So that it approaches 0. So that it does become like, you know, white when it's overhead. But then when it starts setting, then it starts to really dip down and into the yellow zone way earlier than it did before. Yeah, because otherwise it's still just like totally white there, right? So squared, I get that result. Before, after. Maybe it is too much. I don't know, maybe it's too much. Should I cube it? No. XY times XY. What I do? Maybe I do like 2 times. Why did that seem like it did absolutely nothing? Did it do nothing? Did something, I guess. Issue times 3. Yeah, but it should be like red there, shouldn't it? That's for the future. This is definitely way better. I've got a better function here because it will be white, you know, when it's overhead. And then as it sets, it does get yellower, right? Okay. So I'll do that. And then here, this transmittance, I'm going to read. Essentially, I'm going to get my points. I'm going to read from 3. I'm going to read the nearby closest 4 pixels in range if I have them, or I guess 8 pixels. Size times what? XY? Why can't I subtract integer values? So I only need the 4 pixels. I need to find this point and the 4 pixels that are closest to it. That should be all I have to do. So if the decimal is greater than 0.5, then I add. If it's less than that, then I subtract to get my 4 pixels. But of course I know I will be getting the pixel that I'm on top of, so. Yeah, how do I get the decimal portion? I guess I just do the value minus the integer value. Yeah. If we're less than 0.5, then can I add a color? I should be able to. Actually, I guess I would just do a distance. Yeah, and then I also have to know if adding 1 is greater than or equal to the size. So if x, if x minus 1, because my x value is less than 0.5, I'd be getting the pixel behind us. So if the value is less than, minus 1 is less than 0, just float of So I guess if it's less, if I can't go under, then my distance is going to be equal to I guess 1 minus, well, I guess I set distance there. Then I go -1 to say int chord, I guess, plus run x plus distance. Does it let me do this? Will it complain to me about? Oh, there's a bunch of narrowing conversion there. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this at the top. Oh, apparently I have to do that for every single line. That's really stupid. Why shouldn't be a float? Float is converted to int. So I think, what did they do? They just do like -1 plus, or over 2 and then +1. Ignore integer division there. Unassigned variable. Operation. I mean, you're just stupid. You are just stupid. That's just stupid. Unused variable, that's fine. And then narrowing conversion. Yes, fine, I'll be explicit. So I really just, well, I guess first of all I take the sample. And then I would compute, I would multiply it by the distance over 1. or 1 minus the distance. Or I guess... One minus... One minus, what is this? Coordinate x minus the int of coordinate x plus distance. Maybe we call it offset. So if the coordinate x is like 1.2, my distance would be -1, my offset would be -1. Yeah, my offset is -1. Well, I guess actually if... Wait, how do I do that? Because if I have 4 pixels, I have a point, and I want to find the 4 nearest pixels, basically, in like a square. And then blend between those. Or I guess what I'm really doing is I'm blending between the middle of each pixel. So let me... Because what I would really like to do is sample the point. How do I think about this? So if I'm right in the middle of the pixel, I'm going to take the full value of that pixel. But that's pretty much never going to happen. So I also look at the 3 other closest pixels in like a box. In a box. So if I'm slightly below 0.5, I'm going to read in the center of the pixel above it. And then I have to multiply that by some distance. So what is that multiplier though? Let's say about the halfway point, I would take half the top pixel, half of the bottom pixel. Because I would be 0.5 units away from it. If I am a full unit away from it, if I'm 1 unit away, I take none of it. So it's going to be 1 minus the distance. Okay? So minus the distance to the center of the pixel. So I guess this means that if I'm out of pixels in some direction, I can't sample from other pixels. I can't like say like, okay, well, let me grab from the other values. I can't do that. It would just be the same color. But I guess I don't have to worry about that because I will be always slightly off from the center somewhere, from a pixel center. And there's pretty much, I'm never going to be exactly on one side or the other. And if I am, it's not like it's going to wrap around and give me a slightly different value. This value essentially goes up and down, like in this diagonal shape on this texture here, right? Now, what I would kind of like to do is I should just roll it out by hand. I just need to roll it out by hand. Stop messing around. So, for the first color, my offset is just going to be a distance from the center of the pixel. It will be chord distance to the center of my pixel. So that would be vector to the integer of chord x plus 0.5 and the integer of chord y plus 0.5. My offset is the distance to that value. Let me even say coordinate center here. Just all that. Okay. I guess I don't. Yeah, that's weird. What? That's weird. That was written weirdly. Okay. That's also written weird. Wow, dude. Written weirdly. Written weirdly. Spoken weirdly. Coordinate center. Then I have my color. I'm going to compute my offset, which is going to be the distance to my chord center. .0 minus that value. Right? So now we'll say color. We're going to add my offset times the pixel value. Okay? First pixel. I'm going to say second pixel along X axis. Second pixel will be X axis. I guess I will even know my x offset too. So it's to be x offset. It doesn't even need to be a float. I'll leave it a float because it will... Oh, it won't complain to me about narrowing, will it? Yeah, it won't. So... if we can get it, I guess. So if we're going... if we would go backwards, we need to know that the x offset is going to be this value. Otherwise I'm going to say it's 0. Okay, so x offset is 1. Now I will compute offset again. It's going to be 1 minus... we even write it backwards. The coordinate center pixel center actually okay. Let me put this all up here. Color, size, XY. And then I'll write this here, first pixel. Or just leave it there, first pixel. The reason I'm tracking the X offset is because I will need it later when I go along the X and Y plane. I may need it. If I'm going along the X and Y plane and it's still 0, then I know I can't. If either one of them is 0, then I know I can't do that. I need to have an offset for both. Okay, so if the x coordinate minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0, then... wait. So if the value was like 0.5, it'd be 0. Yeah, it would come out as -1, so that makes sense. Or sorry, 0.4. It'd be like 1.4 truncate to 1. So it'll be reading 0. If the value is 0.4, I would get to 0 and -1 would be -1. Okay, so that works. That catches that going out of bounds from the image. And then I'm going to set my new chord X. The offset is actually going to be -1. I guess I can actually do this here. Or otherwise we're going to be going up 1. So if, and then also have to check here. If the integer coordinate x plus 1 is less than the size. So I'm going to do coordinate x, or I guess I would just say if we have an x offset. I'm going to say coordinate at the x offset. The offset will now be the coordinate, the distance distance to, sorry, pixel center. Distance to my coordinate. Why are we upset about that? We're upset because direction to, distance, man, distance. Distance to. Direction to is really funny because that's literally just like subtracting the normalizing. Right? So now I do just again getting the integer. I guess shouldn't it be like pixel center? I might actually just call this center. This would be center. Wait, no. No. Pixel center. Leave it there. The coordinate though should be okay, yeah. I was gonna say the coordinate could be an integer, so I don't have to do all this casting, but I actually do need to leave it as a float because I have to get distance 2, which only works if they're floats. So, okay. And then I say third pixel, y-axis, and it should just be a straight copy of all this, just changing everything to y's. Literally just changing everything to y. Correct. Just changing everything to a y. Oh, except for that. That stays the same. So if I do have the x offset, then I need to take the x offset back off. Reset coordinate. Okay, so now I have all that. And then I say fourth pixel. Only if both XY offsets are non-zero. So if X offset and Y offset, I guess I won't. I'll skip. I need to reset coordinate here. I will leave a note. Y offset is still applied. Just apply X. So coordinate X plus equals X offset. I just noticed a mistake here. This should be Y. Let me just click X offset and see if it appears there. No. I'll click X. No, it does not appear there except for that which is necessary. Okay. So then I do these, and then I compute my offset. And I think it's possible that this could be further than 1 unit away from my coordinate. No, can it be? It actually kind of can't be. Can it? I guess it could be. So should I instead square root the distance? Well, the distance is already going to be square rooted, but would I do it again and test that or use that as my offset? Because now it's like the corner piece, right? So if I was perfectly center on 1 in between 3 pixels, I would take, or between 4 pixels, I would be taking this half a diagonal distance. So essentially I have to make sure that if I have like 4 pixels of white and I'm right square in between all of them, and to make sure that when I add up all the values, add up all the distances, they all add up to 1. Oh, how do I do that? How do I make sure they all add up to 1? I can't just use the distance. If it was just between 2 pixels, I could use that. The distances would add up to 1. But because I'm going between potentially 4 pixels, okay, so the X and Y are fine because those 2 distances add up to 1. So I'd be getting this distance, which adds up to 1, considering the 2 of these, and then this distance, which also adds up to 1. So then at that point, it's actually more like I'm gathering 3 pixels. Okay, this is... I need to do this, I think, to get like proper, you know, gradients. Otherwise, it's going to change too dramatically, piece to piece. So let me look up like, I guess. I don't know how to phrase this. Texture sampling. How to sample a texture from an arbitrary point by linear and bicubic samples. Yeah, that sounds right. Turn on the video audio.
Hello and welcome to Texture Sampling Part 2. This is a follow-up video from Part 1, and if you haven't seen that, then I suggest you go and do so now.
I don't need to.
Because we're going to carry on exactly where we
I'm
left
smart
off.
enough.
You will recall that we built a little framework application where we could load a texture and zoom in on it. And as we zoomed in on it, we noticed that the individual image's pixels turned into small squares, and as you keep zooming in, it starts to look a bit blocky. At the moment, everything was done with point sampling. We take the infinitesimally small pixel of the texture, and as we zoom into it, we give it area. We form a small rectangle. This allows us to address within the space of an individual pixel. It is sub-pixel sampling, and this is the cause of all of the problems that we're going to see today. Specifically, we're going to look at 2 approaches. The first is called bilinear filtering, which looks like this. So that is an improvement, but there are artifacts. And we can improve upon that with bicubic filtering, which looks like this. The artifacts are no longer as pronounced, the image looks reasonably well sampled, but we pay a price for this performance increase. Now, 2 things. In this video, we're specifically interested in zooming into textures, and following up from the comments of the last video, shorter videos seem okay, so with that in mind, let's get stuck right in. Today I intend to show 2 types of interpolation, but because we're trying to do this in multi-dimensions, it gets a bit tricky to do this in OneNote. So I want to make a bold assumption to begin with, and that is we're working with single channel data. So here I have a 2D array which represents my texture of pixels, and each pixel would usually be an R, G and B value. Today we're just going to assume they are a single colour. Intensity. And if I was to take a slice through my texture like this, I may end up with a graph like this, where these values could be, say, pixel luminance values from 0 to 255, and along the x-axis here we have the pixel's location along that x-axis. So we're going from medium level to a dark pixel to a very bright pixel to medium level again and then to a slightly brighter pixel. Conceptually, in the image, the pixel is area-less. It is an infinitely small point of information, its colour. However, as soon as we start to zoom in on the image, we have to give it area. And we looked at how when we take a denormalized coordinate, it can exist anywhere within this space. And we can bin that to the appropriate pixel value. And for the point sampling we did in the first video, we took the floor of the denormalized coordinate in the image's space to give us the precise x, y location of the pixel we were interested in sampling. This resulted in any sample within the image space, giving us the correct pixel value for that location, and when we rendered the image, we see that the pixels look like little squares, and this isn't surprising given that each sampled value occupies a whole area. Representing the image as lots of little squares can be a bit jarring, and so we're going to interpolate between the sampled pixel values. And the easiest form of interpolation to get started with is linear interpolation. It is a straight line. Or as straight as I can draw them anyway. Now, I've talked about linear interpolation hundreds of times. It's used in almost every one-lone coder video, and I usually describe it like this, that given 2 points, we want to find a third point somewhere along that line. And normally, we would normalize that line to be represented by a parameter called t. And so, if t was equal to 0.5, then that is halfway along the line. If it was 0.25, then it'll be a quarter of a way along the line. This is quite nice, because a t of 0 would be equal to p1, and a t of 1 would be equal to p2. And so if we were to call our point to be discovered a, we would normally use an equation of the following form. A equals p1 plus p2 take p1 multiplied by our parameter t. This gives us our starting point.
So I think I see where he's going with this. So I don't think I want to use this. Because essentially what I have is I have a texture that I know is already smooth. This is for textures that are not smooth. Right? So how can I interpolate? Can I just use linear? Is linear actually fine? Because going with, they say bilinear. I guess that just means, you know, horizontal, vertical, right? They linearly interpolate the pixel above, and they linearly interpolate the pixel to the left or right. And by cubic, I'm assuming it's just going to do the same thing. A curve, and then a curve, right? I want, like... What are my options that I have for sampling? Actually... when I sample, I actually would probably like not linear sampling. Is there a way that I can... Because this is noticeable here on the horizon. It's really noticeable here. Maybe it's not a big deal, but you can see there's like these clear lines. Let me get a bit closer. There are these clear... Okay, I need to turn the water off because that's just like adding a fake line. Okay. So you can see there's like lines. And even this is linear interpolation, right? What I would really like to have is... Honestly, I would like to have cubic interpolation. But what I really want to have is... Because I know this texture is smooth... The only place it's not smooth is right here. I don't think linear works. Bicubic would be better. But almost like a Gaussian blur type smoothing. Where you take the current pixel, you don't average it, but I guess you like create this like wide track where you like create like a normal curve, I guess. And you center that curve on your pixel or on your point that you're sampling. And then you take contributing values from all these points, all these pixels next to it. So, I mean, realistically, that would mean like this point right here would be including color data from up here. A very, very small amount, you know, because it would be like a distribution curve. It'd be super low contribution from this pixel, but I would still end up with fine lines and very smooth transitions along these lines. I would have sharp lines where there are sharp lines, because I should have a sharp line, but where the texture is already smooth, I don't know. It's strange. It is strange stuff to think about. But I see exactly where he's going with this. Which means I only considered the left, the x and the y coordinate. And it's gonna be like, oh, this is where the bilinear comes from, because you take 2 points. You know, yeah. But he does have a 0.4, I guess. I mean, let me see.
With respect to ty, which results in our final pixel value. So in short, we linearly interpolate here, we linearly interpolate here, and finally, we linear interpolate in this direction. This interpolation in both x and y is called bilinear. Let's code this. Carrying on from exactly where we left off, I've added to our sample meth bilinear. Let's code this.
Okay. Okay. Alright, I guess I'll just do this. So I get a pixel value here. If I'm already at a corner, I guess it's actually just getting the 4 nearest corners, right? But I guess if I'm down here, I guess the edges of the picture kind of fall apart, but I'm essentially looking in the middle of this pixel. I'm saying, okay, so here's my pixel, right? So this corner really points to this pixel. This corner really points to this pixel. This corner points to this pixel. This corner points to this pixel. So, so I guess I was kind of going about this a little bit wrong, maybe. I should look at, I mean, I guess really what this actually is sampling this picture, this pixel, this pixel, this pixel, this pixel, is what this appears to really be sampling. What I want to do is I want to look at the closest 4 pixels that I'm at. So I look at this pixel, for his point that he's shown, this pixel, this pixel, this pixel, and this pixel is what I would really like to look at. So really it would be like this point, this point, this point, this point, right? So I guess I can still do that. So I'm sampling along this line, and I would sample along either top or bottom along that line. Then I have this color value and this color value down here, and I would sample between those 2 gradients along here. Okay, so that does solve my issue of having a distance greater than 1. I won't be at a distance greater than 1 for any point. So let me, instead of saying color, let me instead save these as A. Also, when you multiply, what do they do when you multiply by a float? Well, multiply by everything but the alpha, multiplies each component of the color by the given. All right. Gotta feed the dog. I will be back in a few minutes. I will be back in a few minutes. Alright, so I had some idea. I would really like to do what I'm doing here and not do linear interpolation like this. There's definitely just a certain function that I'm looking for here to get a smooth, essentially so that my value is always equal to 1. My total, like this multiplier at the front, essentially. The sum of all of these need to add up to 1. I guess I could just do that, add them all up, and use that as my division. So if I have half and a half, the total would be 1, which wouldn't really work. I guess, yeah, it would work, because then I would just multiply. I would divide everything by 1 to be the same value. If my distances, I don't know, somehow ended up to be 0.3, add them all up would be 0.9. So each one would contribute a third of its value. Right? So that's probably a fine way to do it. It's probably fine to do it that way. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just take my offsets and I'll add them all up. So I'll take the offset, or I guess the A distance. Right? So I have X offset, my core to X, and then I would say there's going to be a float. Be a color. Be color and be distance. So just say B distance is the distance to there, and B, just B, would it be equal to this color? Reset the coordinate. Third pixel. I guess I can kind of move all this up here. Okay. C would just be this value. We need to reset coordinate here. If we have both of these, then I would have B as a color, D's distance as a float, and I would say D would be coordinate Y. And then this would be pixel center distance coordinate. Okay. So essentially I would just say a total, just a sum, I guess. add them all up. Is it going to complain about uninitialized values? I mean, it was complaining in the past, but I mean, I say it's a float, and it has to be a float at this point, and it always sets it to 0. So this will be a times a distance over the sum. So if I had 3 pixels, I was exactly on top of a, so the distance would be 0. Right? It's not quite that. It is a times oh 1 minus this value. Because this would be 0. So yeah, it would be 1 minus this. Plus b times 1 minus b's distance over the sum. What if I landed exactly on top of a and I was in a corner? I would... Yeah, what if I only got 1 pixel? Well, I wouldn't do that. I would go the other direction if I could. Actually, yeah, this allows me to go the other direction. So if I land exactly on this pixel, I would sample these pixels over here. If I'm up here, I would still sample... I guess it would be dark in the corners, wouldn't it? Dang. That would make it dark in the corners. Right. So let me say if I invert on any of these. Well, this is a and then a distance. Essentially, I have to figure out what I do if I invert and I go off the... I go like off the axis, I guess. So let me say this. Anytime I have to invert, or I guess this just means I don't include that value. But I can invert. I'm allowed to do that. So essentially what I would do if I invert is I would treat my A value as being 100%, even though I'm in this corner, but I would still add in very small values from the other side. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I shouldn't do that. If I'm on that corner, if my x offset is 0, which means I couldn't go in either direction of the x, then I need to, yeah, otherwise, fix pixel A's distance. I would essentially have to treat A specifically on its x-axis as if it was directly on top of itself. Directly in the middle. So that I get the full essentially it would mean that I would only be going up and down. So I'd get A's full. It would turn it into a proper interpolation just between A and whichever one is up or down, right? If even that. Fix A's x coordinate. So I would say the color is still the same, but a distance would now be equal to yeah, essentially just like I kind of need its current coordinate. The first primary pixel, okay? And I'm going to save its coordinates specifically. Distance to A. If this isn't the case, and I guess A distance I don't even need to compute until the very end. So I just say A coordinate X equals pixel center X. And I don't even need this anymore. Okay, if I can't go on the Y, fix pixel A's Y coordinate, so A chord Y, read pixel center Y. Okay, and then I have my A distance, or not that, but A distance equals pixel center distance to A coordinate. Right? So let me say that if it's the full value, right? So if distance is the full thing, okay, right. I just had to momentarily check in my brain if this made sense. Also, the total should still be So I do need to reset coordinate here. I'm going to say this. Let me not do that. That's kind of silly to do that. All right. Plus the y offset. Distance to yeah. I kind of need to move all this around a little bit. Don't close that, please. And then I hope it doesn't complain to me about having stuff. Point, point, point. Okay, so this would actually be, the sum would actually be inclusive of the pixel center distance to the coordinate plus all that. Diesel is not safe for human consumption? No, it's not. Thank you for the direction, distance. Thank you for the medical tips. The health tips. Right, so I think that should get me a color. You're welcome. Follow for more tips on how not to die. Definitely. Alright. I have a crazy sampling method of getting this. All of these should add up to 1. Except in this case, I would be, if I had to clamp this value, I would be using the full value from A. So like this would be like 0. Wait, I would be using the full value from A? No, that's not right. Okay, so it's actually fine. It's not like I'm gonna go for a point up here in this pixel and then sample from super far away. I'm not sampling from those ones. I've cut those off, so I essentially flatten it down to the Y, or whatever coordinate I'm on. And then I couldn't go left, so I'd flatten it down to this way, and then D wouldn't even be considered. If Y couldn't happen, then I fix it to Y. So essentially, if after all this, I would probably just I could just end up with let me even see if 1 would be, oh, I didn't quite consider that. What if I have 1? I guess it would be pixel center. Would it be this minus 1? 0 would be 0, and 1 would be... Huh. I guess if it's over, I just clamp it to such value. Okay, this is a bit interesting. So I do have to get a little bit creative with this. So... if my x is greater than the if the x is greater than or equal to the truncated coordinate is greater than or equal to size x, then I would have to say my pixel center x would be size x minus 0.5. Otherwise, it's just this value. Okay. Pixel center y would be minus 0.5. And then coordinate, I guess coordinate should never end up, it would be like exactly at the size is the highest value could be, it would be equal to size. Right? So does this have problems for pixel center? So does doing this pose problems for the interpolation? So if I have similar image is 256, that would be range from 0 to 255. So my maximum value could be 254.9 or something. Or 254.9. So I would say to read from pixel it would actually just be the size, it would actually just be the... Okay, so if my coordinate is 0, I would be at 0. My pixel center would then be 0.5. If my coordinate is 1, let's say the image is 2 pixels, so it's pixel 0, pixel 1. So my range would be from 0 to 2. So 1 would put me at, or I guess like 0.5 would put me right in the middle of pixel 0 and pixel 1. So I would say my pixel center is 1.5. So times 0.5, right, the size would be 2. 0.5 would give me 1, so I would make my coordinate 1.5. If I hit 2, I would make, let's say I was at 1.9. That's less than 2, so it'd still be back to 1 plus 0.5. If I was at 2, then it would need to be still 1.5. So it would be coordinate x, or size of x, which is 2, minus 0.5, so 1.5. And my coordinate x shouldn't go outside of all of that. So if my coordinate x was 2, my pixel center would be 1.5, and I would look at my coordinate x, it'd be greater than 0.5, so I would look at 1 plus 1 is less than size, which is not true, so that would be... Okay, so then we couldn't include that one. Alright. You have fun, I'm gonna go sleep. Alright, Danilin, have a good night. Okay, so I think that all works. I think it all stays the same. I just had to include that check as well. I think this is probably good. Although this bit here at the end is still... I think that's how it needs to be done. I'm still a little bit confused, maybe. Essentially, this is just a catch so that my A still counts for... Say we're just doing 2 pixels, left and right, and my coordinate was up at the top. I have to bring that Y coordinate down. So we were only doing left and right. Okay. And then I would just interpolate between these 2 values. And my distance would be... I would use... The total distance would be... maybe this one shouldn't be like that then. If I fix my A coordinate. Because then I'm not going up and down, so I'm only doing like left and right. So yeah, I think this is a bit weird and probably not correct. I probably just do use this distance and count that. Yeah. I just count that as my distance. Yeah, but these are kind of... Alright, so I need to really fix... I should actually just fix A coordinate. Or whenever I use coordinate. Yeah, let me do this. So coordinate, if coordinate is greater than this, which means we're going to be off. I do all that. If I don't get this, I would actually just be clamping my X coordinate. So coordinate X would be pixel center X. I couldn't move left or right, so I say that I'm actually at my pixel center. So at this Y check, we'll use the proper distance of up and down if it has it. Right? If that didn't work, which actually kind of doesn't make any sense, because if I do this and I went left and right, then I need to recalculate my B distance. I would need to recalculate my B distance, actually. Yeah, so let me just leave that uncalculated here as well. If I got C, I know I'm good to calculate it right away. And I'll just call this clamp Y. And then if I had an X offset, I guess that's just fine there. Okay. So I have to say A distance is to coordinate, and then I would have to also compute B distance. I really wish that these things were alphabetized and it was like... Oh, they are alphabetized. Never mind. I thought... Never mind. Forget that I was about to say anything. Should I open the window a little bit more? I don't know. It's kind of dark. It's kind of dark. I'll just leave the camera as it is. It's fine. I'm not that concerned with it. So B distance is now probably going to be... It's going to be initialized to 0 first. So I will just do a check here. If I have an X offset, then I do need to compute my B distance. Distance to chord X plus X offset, and then chord Y. Compute here in case Y coordinate was fixed. Clamped, I should say. Yep. And now I think this all works. That's a heck of a lot of sampling. And I'm not going to really test it. I'm just going to run it and see if I get a result that I expected. Okay. No warnings. Very cool. color of it. Oh, and I guess this actually would include blocking light. Interesting. All right. So let me say something here. I need to kind of clamp this vector so that if it starts pointing up, I have to use just the straight line. I can't do that. So if we start pointing up, I have to flatten it. So this would actually be I mean, yeah, I guess like 0, right? So also, I just realized the reason why the sun isn't turning red is because I'm only multiplying the sun's color at zenith by the transmittance. I would also have to actually factor in scattered light sitting in front of the sun. Right? So is this like kind of a quick fix for the sun color? I would just be adding the sun color. I wouldn't be mixing it like this. I guess I do mix it. Yeah, I mean, I do mix it. Wait, when I call get sun color, I always return 1 for the alpha. I think this is like a mistake. This might be a little bit of a mistake. Let me bring this here, and I'm just going to do color plus equals sun color. Or just colors of vec 3. Okay. So what I had before was this. But it should be this. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of dumb, aren't I? Because otherwise I was kicking out all the light that was scattering. And now it's made the sunset a little bit nicer looking. Definitely made it nicer looking. Yeah, these should just be adding together. Yeah, should literally just be added. I don't know why I was thinking it should be not added. Moon color alpha. Right, so definitely looks better, but still not like quite red. Also, I just think the transmittance is probably just kind of wrong. The transmittance is like probably not very correct to use. I mean, I should probably use. I don't know what is like 0.015. Just 0. Well, just 1 always. Oh my, okay. What happens when I drop it? I'm expecting it to hit like a solid line at some point. Oh, there it goes. This is wicked looking, yeah. That's wicked looking. Oh my gosh. Also, the blue sunset was kind of nuts. Alright, but yeah, whoops. I just typed 3. I don't even know what I typed 3 on. Huh? Literally what just happened. Oh, I turned my camera. Oh my gosh. About right here. Dude. No, I just like straight up hit it. Oh my gosh. What did I do? Like, actually, what did I do? Why is the sun gone now? Huh? What did I do? I just save, reload. The shader's broken. What is happening? I deleted sky? What? Dude. What is going on? I do have a bug. Oh my gosh. I'm so lost, man. I don't understand. The sun vanished. I don't know why. And then I actually still don't know why the sun vanished. That one's really strange to me. The disk is not at all related to the sunlight, the directional light. The disk is always there no matter what. I'm so confused. Transmits from LUT, and then I would do a Or just... I mean, really just this, I guess. I would do... Should this also be like slightly off or lifted higher? I don't know. So I have this linear sRGB from spectral, right? Ooh. This is kind of weird. Did I have to transpose this? Did I have to transpose this? (137, -8, -1). Okay, I didn't have to transpose it. Good. Also, I wonder if I've actually done it wrong. Should it have been transposed? Because this is the first column, right? This is red. So I've essentially taken a vector 4 and yeah, this is the first column. So this is red. Multiplied by these. Oh no, sorry. I would get a vector 3 out of this. So take a 4, multiply it like this. Wait, is this correct? So when I say a 4 by 3 matrix, I mean 4 rows, 3 columns. Right? Let me check. Let me look at something really quick. Keep turning my screen brightness down. It's way too bright. Here we are. Sorry, common. So yeah, this is like the red row, right? Our red, green, blue. Or wait. Yeah, this is all the red. This is all the green. This is all the blue. And I know for a fact that it's correct because, well, I guess I actually don't. Because when I do a multiplication here, Is this the first row or column? Because this really matters. I could have some mistakes. It's possible. Here. Which is why I'm like, I feel like I'm not getting any red. Or I feel like I'm getting very little red, or not enough red, right? I gotta turn that screen down too. Getting very dark in here now. I'm gonna keep going though. I'm feeling pretty good. Pretty good. So here, when I multiply this, I'm creating a matrix 4. This should be the first. How do I think about this? Right, because if you look at these colors, it's like red, you know, red's still positively affected by this value, red's super negatively affected by this value, and then red is slightly positive on this value. Green is negatively affected by this value, positively affected, negatively affected. Blue, negatively, slight or positively, and then very positively, right? So this kind of makes sense. I get R, G, B. Okay. So when I do this multiplication here, do I definitely still get R, G, and B? I don't think I am. I think it should be this as the first row, this is the first row, this is the second row, or second and third row, and then zeros all along the bottom. Because I think if this is X, Y, Z, this is how I think of it. I think that's all X, Y, Z. Right? And that's probably why it looked kind of orange when I feel like it should have been still quite bright because it wasn't getting any blue. So let me try to find how Godot does this. I should just be able to find them talking about shaders. If I could. Do they have anything about matrix? Okay. Column major. It is wrong. Or is it? Column major. Oh, no, this is right. First column. Second column. Third column. Oh, no, it is wrong. These should be transposed. Columns. This is not row, this is columns. Wow. So many mistakes I'm discovering though. So it should be 13732. This value should be up here. Alright, well let me just like do a new one. Oh my gosh, please. Stop undoing. Let me just try it again. So, I'm just gonna leave all these. This last row will just be zeros. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be right. So, I'll get this value. It's weird this one has so many extra numbers next to it when it only had one. Less on the tens. And then this. Yeah, I was right. This is XYZ. Column major. All right. This row. And I guess I'll find out. I'll have them both written down so I can flip between the two and see if it looks strange or not. Because I bet that might be what's happening. But, you know, I'll know for sure once I've tried both ways. But it does feel like I've had it wrong suddenly. Oh my gosh. Just pressing space and it's like, oh, you want bool? You want bool? You want to add a bool in there? You need some bool? Alright, so let's see if that totally changed how this stuff works. Sun is still gone. It's just really dumb. Why the sun's still gone? What did I do? I'm actually super confused what I did. I don't understand how I, like, deleted the sun. Oh, there it is. There it is. Now it's here. So does that feel like it's missing blue? Honestly, it feels like that's missing blue right now. That feels like it's really missing blue. That feels like it has no blue. Really? So this was correct? Honestly, like, I kind of want to just, like, multiply it out manually. Because it's... I'm not sure if this is right. So you know what? I'm just going to do it manually. I'm just never going to be certain about this. M is only used here for that multiplication, and that's it. So it'll be this is the RGB values. R values and the RBG values. Sorry, still LR. Wait. Wait, how does this work? Let me go here. 137, 32, 38, negative 8, or negative 38, 8, right? That's what I have? Yes. Yeah, G. It's more like minus. Did let me write like that? I guess I do. Yeah, I have to get off of that because it keeps compiling it. Stop compiling it. Close world. Sure, whatever, save it. Stop it. Should definitely be XYZ and not RGB. Yeah, stop with the bool, please. Stop with the bool. It's still doing stupid compiling. Yeah, the wavelengths are in order from lower to higher wavelengths, so this is getting bluer. I just had a weird thought for a second that stuff was even like more backwards than I might have thought originally. Plus. Yeah, quit with the bool. Come on. That is the dumbest thing ever. They really gotta get rid of that. If you just like type a comma or like a space, they're like, oh, you want bool? Comma. Bool? Bool? Break? Bvec? Like, why? Dot bool? So stupid. So the reason I'm doing this though is because I am going to change it back to the matrix because I know that's going to be faster. But I just want to be like totally certain that this multiplication is coming out correctly, because I don't know. It feels like it's kind of out of place. Feels like something may be wrong. Okay. So I know this is definitely the correct color. Bring it down, bring it down. Start turning orange. Eventually, yep, about there. And then we look like that. Okay. So I was just testing to make sure that's definitely absolutely correct. So let me just zoom into the sun. be sure that this value is correct. So I'll flip between these two. Same result. Okay. Now I'm going to flip between these two. If I'm fast enough. Okay, so it definitely changed and looks different. But what does that mean? Whoa. That seems just not correct. Seems really odd, right? Seems really odd up there. And now it's white. Okay. I just had to visually verify. What month is it? August? Right? I double check this for sure. By trying the transposition. Or I wonder if it should be well, let me copy this comment because I know it's gonna undo it when I undo to get these things back. Oh my gosh, I wasn't fast enough. Stop it. This thing is like totally just messing with me. So there's also the other orientation where it is no, I guess not. There's no other orientation. Because I just tried going down. These values going down. I guess the other orientation, actually, yeah, the other orientation would be these values going across. Which is what that is. That's the same thing. These values going across is the same thing as these values going down. Duh, right? Yep, double checked. It's all good. Yeah. I am reading the color of... Wait, what am I doing? Wait, this is like not at all... Yeah, I'm converting this to a color, and then I'm using that as my color, right? Okay. So spectral to RGB would be, I guess, just... Okay. Yeah, now I have to actually manually multiply these out. So this is R, G, B, right? Can I do X, Y, Z? Does it let me do X, Y, Z? I don't think so. Yeah. Sorry, that's B. Okay, almost getting color. So all this multiplication in there. Just like more digits every time. It's really funny. I guess they're probably like rounded, like there's probably just like 2 zeros or something behind some of these, and that's why some of them have so many, just have fewer digits. It is interesting how these values just have like, are all over the place. Okay. So what constructor is this? I have floats. Right. Okay, good. Okay. Very dark in here now. Nice. I did start kind of late today. Just past 10 hours. So I might actually just go ahead and leave it off here. Maybe, I don't know. Very deep blue color there through the window. I just want to line all these up just for D points. Okay. And this is, yeah, linear RGB. Cool. Okay. So it'd be spectral to RGB, which would be when I multiply two colors together, they multiply everything. Multiplies each component of the color by the components of the given color. Good. That's what I want to see. I hit the wrong button. I was trying to click close docs, but I clicked close all except. Like close other tabs instead of close docs. Alright, so I do transmittance. I get the transmittance, and then I would have my my spectral here. So I could just make this a constant. The color would be spectral to RGB, and then I would return color. Honestly, I could just retro it straight here. Actually, I won't do that because I know that I'm going to want to debug this and make sure the color's coming out right. And all that. So where do I do this? Yeah, we only update textures there. And then I would say compute sun color. Yeah, I'll just do sun. I guess I only need to do this if it's above the horizon, because I want to leave it where it sits and if it's not above the horizon. So I could just do a check here. If sun is visible, then I will do light color is equal to compute sun color. Okay. And I guess I may as well do a print there. I guess I don't even need to do a print. I can just click it and look at it. So let me just set this to 3D so I can see stuff a bit better. Let's go back to 70. I will turn the terrain back on. Terrain is over here. Okay. So, I guess I should change the time then. So it recomputes. And I have no idea what I'm doing. So color is 1. Is it not being set? $10,000 errors. Hilarious. I feel like it's not being set there. Do I have to reload? Oh, that doesn't actually work. Right, I forgot. It's not gonna actually update. So we're gonna go on a journey. Actually, I guess I could just do it at sunrise. That will work. So stupid how that doesn't update. Wait, yeah, why is there's no light that's on? Oh, because that just doesn't, it just doesn't work. I can only look up the ambience when the game runs. I don't know, maybe this is an actual problem. So this goes like minutes at a time. So I need to make sure I'm gonna go to just 420, sure. Run from here, and it shouldn't look like that. Wow, it is. It is not getting the ambient texture at all. Why? Okay. What? That was like spooky. What was that? That was crazy looking. Do we never compute the ambient if the sun isn't above the horizon? I gotta jump up to this hill here. The sun's way up there. Can I go remote? Light color is zeros. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. But why is that like not lit up at all? That's actually kind of ridiculous to me. Why is that not lit up at all? So it's day, and I'm gonna set it back to night, because this wasn't like failing like that before. Yeah, this has no light shining on it right now. So if I set energy to 0, yeah, this has no light shining on it right now, and it's fine. But what if I'll just set this to 0? No, it's fine, right? It's working perfectly. Then it stays dark at this point. Why? X -2 is out of bounds. XY. Oh, I didn't quite fix that, actually. I kind of did forget that. It would be negative. So yeah, if it's less than or equal to 0. Or sorry, if it's... No, z points at it. So we're pointing at it. So yeah, if the y is less than is less than or equal to 0, then we just return this current sun light color. We don't change it. And in fact, I can just do this all the way up here. Okay. Yeah, I guess really I just be copying this. Yeah. So is the sun color currently set to like something negative? No. Yeah, something's got to be wrong with my interior shader then, right? And I suppose when I do this, I would need to max it. To be sure that we don't go over 1. So dark. Alright, cool. So no weird bugs there, but why is the light energy at 0 for the sun? I don't think I set that yet. So it'll be above the horizon at that point. There it is. Oh my god. Okay. What is happening? This is super strange. This is actually really weird. I think what I gotta do is when that happens, I gotta like hit escape and then go out here and click on there. So let me run this again. I'll hit escape and then go out there when that pops up. Add a breakpoint and then rerun it or let it run again. Because this was like just after the sun came up. It started going crazy. Okay. There's the bug. And now I'm going to put a breakpoint here. And then see what's going on. Cool. We stopped immediately. So the sun. Let's check the basis. The Z is, or the Y is positive. Okay. Over that, the LUT texture we should have, because it's obviously reading from something. I mean, you can't see it, but you know it's there. Maybe I can look at it here. Sky material, sky shader. Yeah, why can't I see those? Why don't those pop up? Alright, well, I'll see what values are coming back, I guess. What is the sun? The light color is 100. Not quite right. Not quite right there. That doesn't really make any sense to me being 100. And then it like corrects itself really fast too. Debugger, here we go. We have the lookup texture. The spectral is this color. Cool. Okay. Transmittance. I guess I just step into this and see if this is coming out right or not. Should we look at the colors as they fill in? See where I've made my mistake, if I have made one. Size 512. Coordinate is X, Y. Oh. I actually do this wrong. It is not size times X, Y. It is vector 2 of size X times XY, and then size Y times 3 times XY times XY. Okay, so this is like a correct coordinate now, although it didn't really save, I guess, technically. But that's fine. I'm reading 0.24 point. That's not right. That's not right. That's actually not right. Neither one of those values should be lower than a half. So it would be I guess this is XY, and then I would say yeah, just that value is fine. But then this value has to be okay. This has to be a vector 2. XY, Y will be equal to this value. XYX will be equal to times 0.5 plus 0.5. You know what, I'll just say, well, why not? Alright, let me go back up to where my breakpoint is and take it off. Run this and see if it even happens again. Maybe everything will be fine. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. What's going on here? We got our lookup texture. We got our spectral. Yeah. So my direction is positive. XY dot Y is going to be that value. Huh? Why did the XY, Y not do anything? Oh, because I actually don't get that kind of precision with vector 2. Or do I? No, I should. I actually do get that kind of precision with this. I shouldn't hit stop. Why did I hit stop? It's fine. Silly me. Yep. All right. X is 0.5, Y is 0. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. I don't know. Alright, so there's some positive value there. That's good. I compute my pixel center. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right. Now I'm looking for A. Okay, yes, I don't get A. All right. So I get those values. Is fine. A distance will be 0. Yeah, 0 for now. Let's check out B. So my coordinate should be less than that, so I would expect to go backwards and go in here. Good. My x offset is now -1. Very good. -1 is, of course, true. Point should compute to 255 and 0. Good. now be a set, which is going to be 0. Okay, third color, I shouldn't be able to do this. Because I would go up, so I can't do this. So this is going to fail. Good. We're going to get here. Coordinate y is going to become 0.5 after this point. Good. 0.5. And D cannot do anything. So A distance from this point to this point should be very short. .38. And then I expect this one to compute to be essentially the opposite of that, 1 minus that value. Ooh. Okay. So this was supposed to be 1 minus that value. It is... Wait. No, I would be sampling this as an integer. So it should be int. Plus 0.5. Is this why these are wrong? No, it would be pixel center distance to this point. That is right. But well, I am doing it off this integer value. Yeah, there should be vector 2i's. Because that is how I'm actually reading it. Point and then distance to that point. Do I even need to do this, or is it going to be... Yeah, it's complaining at me about this. Okay. Cool. Okay. And then, yeah, this is how it should be computing. Because that should have been, like, no, wait, this just always make it 1. Oh, wait. So the distance is still wrong. Or no, yeah. Wait. Yeah, okay. Okay. Pixel center distance to the center of this one. Okay, maybe it's not pixel center. Maybe I shouldn't have pixel center. It should just be pixel. I don't know. I want to do centers make sense. But for A, it makes sense to use the center of the pixel. This one, pixel center distance to this point. Yeah. This is what I should do here. Invalid operands, vector 2 and vector 2i. Are we high right now? Are we serious? I can't do that? Are you really gonna tell me you don't know what that means? Man. Please let me do this. This is... Wow, that's annoying. I mean, if I'm gonna write it like this, I may as well just write this out. That is super annoying. IX Crafts, thanks for following. I am just about to be done though. It's getting way too late and it's dark, as you can see. And I need to go to bed. Well, not go to bed, but in this room. And then go to bed eventually. So... yeah, this is quite annoying. To write these out like that. Coordinate. This one I do want to be those values like that. Okay. So these two are computed there, and then this one is fine as it is, and that one's fine there. All right, try again. And I have to take the breakpoint off before I continue. I still don't think this is gonna fix it, but slowly chipping away at a bunch of problems. All right, do it. Okay, it wasn't as crazy this time. It still definitely turned the world purple. Right now, learning Godot, so seeing what other people are up to, see what I can learn. Nice, that's a good way to learn. Best way to learn. Well, maybe second best. Best is definitely doing it yourself. Alright, so where does stuff go crazy? I am trying to finalize my sky stuff. So having the sunrise, sunset, day and night. I'm trying to get the color of the sunlight to match the color that you see in the sky. Alright, Alright, so I didn't change anything there with pixel center. So now these are actually still fine. I only noticed the problem when I went to the distance calculation. Where did everything go? Okay. I looked away and everything disappeared. Alright, so I didn't change any of that. It was just... This one has changed. Well, I guess it didn't really. So this should be... We're going back one. So point 255 and 0. Okay. None of those happened. Yeah, those didn't happen. Those didn't happen. A distance. So it's the center, this is the coordinate, so it should be like, yeah, 0.3 or something, whatever it was. 0.31 this time, I guess. So now this distance I expect to be essentially 1 minus that, is what I want to see. Right? No. So what is incorrect with that? It wouldn't be distance. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's fine. Maybe this is fine. So 1.43 black. Okay, but actually, why? Why is transparent white? Nobody wants transparent white. Transparent is transparent black, alright? It's always black. It should be black. That is dumb. Alright, where does my stuff go wrong? The breakpoint's gonna hit early. There it is. Would I not normally see the sun right now? There it is. Okay, an extra breakpoint. Ooh, well, that's quite red. But honestly, that's probably kind of close to what I... That seems like a more... We're getting there. We're getting closer to a correct color. Definitely red is what I was expecting. So I guess I just come out of here and I have my transmittance. Is very slightly red. So now spectral times transmittance. Okay. Yeah, okay. This one I'm sure I've done right. I don't know how I could really mess that one up. Alright, so we get 4? Negative 11 blue? That's really interesting. Negative 11 blue? Oh. Oh. I just realized why I had my shader written like this with the max. Because, gosh, why do I change anything? Why do I change anything? Okay. Had to change that back really fast. So now this color, what do I do with that? It's negative 11. Do I clamp that? And how did it... It came from here. It became negative at this point. This made it negative. So let me see where atmosphere? Yeah. So we just save it. I guess after adding enough light, are my colors going negative? Am I getting negative colors? Because that's how they apply a gamma correction, which I assume fixes the negative colors? Does it fix the negative colors? The final step here is common atmosphere. This is the final step, actually. This. Do I have to do that? I guess I have to do that. No. I'm reading from it. No, I do. I do have to run this. I have to run this. I have to run that. 1 minus exponent negative k times color. I have to do that. So was that, and then I will do color equals, I guess I can't really. I mean, I guess I just have to do each component. They do have the exponential function. Good. Negative k times color R. And do this each one. I gotta end it soon. Whoa, 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 whoa. I just hit like a bunch of buttons. Okay. I was just trying to like, I don't even know what I was trying to type. I was like trying to type G or something and hit like F5 and F6 at the same time. Okay. Now do these colors not look ridiculous and insane? Hey, that actually looks like I might be right. Nope. Nope. So my interpolation function is definitely wrong. It's not accurate enough to do this. The colors are getting over bright as well. So, not really sure what to do there. Transmittance, cool. I guess I'll jump in here. So I'm getting this crazy color with -1 blue. Why is the blue coming out -1 like that? I guess it's just not letting that color through yet. Okay, blue is still negative though. so that's an issue. Maybe this is where I need that gamma correction. Finally. The method I've been deleting for probably 5 times now at this point, and then I add it back and then I delete it again because I didn't really need it. Alright, I could keep going with this, but I gotta stop myself and go eat dinner and then go to bed. So, thanks for watching, chatting, and following. I really appreciate it. I'll be picking up where I left off here tomorrow in the morning. Yep. Goodbye.